Willkommen an Bord des Skytrain von Raumstation Deutschland nach Germanix Zentrum. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächster fahrplanmäßiger Halt ist Sky Hotel. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Hello and welcome to Germanics. My name is Sonja and I will be your teacher and tour guide into this German-speaking community. In this course, we'll be using Udemy as our communication platform. So, whenever you come up with a question about the German language, feel free to post it on the Udemy Q&A board and I will reply to it personally as soon as I can. Now then, let the journey begin. I hope you enjoy. As soon as you arrive in your accommodation, we can begin our first lesson. Bis dann. Hallo, guten Tag, and welcome to your first lesson of German. We today have another student with us. Bosco, are you there?
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Okay, so today we are going to talk about greetings. You already heard one, Guten Tag, which means good day. But let's start with the morning. Okay, so how to say good morning? Good morning is Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Good evening, Guten Abend. Guten Abend. And then we go to bed and we say Gute Nacht, good night, Gute Nacht. Don't worry about the missing N, all normal, and you will understand that a bit later in the course. So, what else have we got? I also greeted you with Hallo in the beginning. Hallo is very normal, casual, informal, and you would just say it to anyone you meet, to your friends, and yeah, just anyone, so it's very common. And nowadays we also use hi or hey a lot. So you will hear that as well in Germany, especially used by younger people. Okay, now to say goodbye, you would, amongst friends, you would say tschüss. But we actually pronounce it a bit longer. We tend to say tschüss. I don't know why that is. It might sound a bit weird, but yeah, that's just what we do. Then, of course, we can be a bit more formal and we can say Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. But amongst friends, it's not really used. Or, of course, you can be more precise, like see you tomorrow, see you later. See you tomorrow, for example, would be bis morgen. Literally, until tomorrow. Bis morgen. Are very commonly used bis später, until later, so meaning see you later. Okay, those are the main greetings, so you have some basics already. And I would like to cover a second very important thing in this first lesson, and that is how to say yes and no. You will probably have heard ja for yes and nein for no. Ja, nein. In Germany, you might hear many variations of that, very commonly used, like instead of saying yes, you might hear yo or yep. It always depends a bit on the circumstances and on the mood of that person. And for nein, you might as well hear nee or nö. But you can already tell from my tone that it might not always be appropriate. So, especially in a formal situation, just stick with ja and nein and you'll be on the safe side.
But many German, they would say nee or...
Yes.
It's quite common.
It's very common, yeah. And when you're talking to a family member, to a friend, you might just say nee. It's not impolite, it's normal, but not formal. That's the important thing.
Okay, so it's okay to say this friend.
It's absolutely okay, yes. Okay, then we have a very special third word accompanying ja and nein. It is the word doch. Doch is unique to the German language. The concept of doch doesn't exist in English, so it might be a bit difficult to grasp, but I will do my best to explain it. Doch is a form of saying yes, but not in an affirmative way, but rather as an objection to something. Like when you have been asked a negative question, for example, aren't you hungry? But you are hungry. You can't simply say yes, ja, you have to say doch, because you are objecting to what just has been said to you or what you have just been asked. Also, when arguing with someone and you think something is yes and the other person thinks no, then it would go like this. Yes, ja, no, nein, yes, doch. So the second time you want to say ja, you can't say ja, you have to say doch. So the dialogue would go ja, nein, doch, nein, doch, nein, and so on.
So, for example, if I say, oh, I can't speak English, but you think that I actually can't speak English. You
Yes,
say,
if you
like,
from
oh,
you-
I can't speak English. You say, oh, doch.
Exactly. So
Doch.
that is a negative statement of yours, which I don't agree with. So in order to object you, I say doch, because I think you can. So yeah, doch.
Okay. So, oh, I can't speak English. And you say,
Yeah,
doch.
doch.
That, which means you think that I actually can't say speak
Exactly.
English.
Yes. And I can't say ja. It honestly wouldn't make sense to us Germans if we said ja in that situation. We would then think, yeah, what? Huh? What are you talking about? So no, we really have to say doch in such a situation.
It's a response to my negative
Exactly.
statement.
Can be a negative statement, a negative question, but as soon as you object, you have to say doch.
Just doch, and that means
Yes.
you don't agree with my statement.
Exactly. Okay, so we have that covered too. And this is it for lesson 1. And in the next lesson, I'm going to talk about the alphabet. And it's going to be a very, very important lesson because we have so many rules for the German alphabet. But I promise you, once you know them, you will be able to read out every word, no matter if you know it, no matter if you don't know it, or if it's long or short, whatever. So the next lesson will be very interesting and important. And yeah, I look forward to having you here again. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen to your second German lesson. As I said last time, we're going to talk about the alphabet. So, quite an important lesson. And let's get to it. We have, as in English, the same writing system, of course, and the same alphabet. So, I'll just say it out loud for you now, from A to Z. So, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, so that is the alphabet, how the letters are called. Of course, you also need to know how they behave within the words and how they are pronounced together with other letters. So, I will go into more details for some of the letters. Okay, let's start with the letter C. The C is quite a rare letter in German. You will not really see it on its own, that is, not in combination with, for example, an H or in SCH, which is really common. But the C and then a vowel, it happens very rarely.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like the C. I've never seen a German word starting with a C.
No, not in originally German words, no. But in names you will see it. For example, we have the name Caroline, like Caroline, and we would most time spell it with a C. Not always, but most time. So the pronunciation in a word, in a name like Caroline, is like K, like the K. Okay. Then we do have the letter C in words that are coming from another language. So, for example, let's take the Italian word cello, the instrument. And we also pronounce it cello because we take the foreign pronunciation into the German language. And yeah, so that's the only case where you might see a C, either in the name or in foreign words. Okay, the next one that needs mentioning is the G. Our G doesn't behave like the English G. You might have noticed that the G sound in English changes according to the vowel that follows. In German, we always have G, like a guttural G. So, no matter if an A, E, I, O or U follows, it is ga, ge, gi, go, gu. And there are no exceptions. Then the letter H. The German H is aspirated at the beginning of a word, like in hallo. You actually have the breathing out, which you don't have in many other languages. But the H is not always pronounced because sometimes it simply serves to prolongate a vowel in a word. So you will very, very often see an H at the end of a word or in the middle of a word after a vowel. For example, let's take the verb to see, which in German is sehen. Sehen. You can see here the H right in the middle, but you don't say sehen because its only purpose is to prolong the first E. So, 2 syllables, first syllable se, second syllable n. So, whether an H is pronounced in an aspirated way or not is a question of its position in the word. So, if a syllable is starting with an H, you have to aspirate. If it is ending a syllable, you have to simply prolongate the vowel. And that is, as I said, very, very common. There are many words ending with an H. Okay, then we have the letter J, which is called J. Okay, as you can already say from its name in German, it is not pronounced like the English J. There is no J sound. It is more like an I in English, Y. So, for example, my own name, which is Sonja, with a J, it's not Sonja, like I do sometimes get called by British people. It is simply Sonja. Okay. There are also not really any exceptions, unless we use some English words or even English names, then yes. For example, there are people in Germany called Jessica with the English pronunciation. So that's when we would adapt to a foreign pronunciation and vary our own true pronunciation. Okay, then we have a very, very important letter. It is the R, the R. When I was listing the alphabet, you heard me calling it R, which is a sound where you actually can't really hear an R like you are used to it. So, the R is not really pronounced in most cases, but when it is like the French R. So, it is a R. It's in your throat, a guttural R. It might be a bit hard to do for one who's not a native in German or French. It is actually a bit like when you are gurgling with something, so you have water in your throat and after brushing your teeth or whatever and you're gurgling, then you might make that sound. So let me give you an example. Let's take the color red, which is rot. Now the word is starting with the R, so of course you have to pronounce it. Rot. Also, after another consonant, let's take the word bread, which is brot. BR. In this combination, you have to pronounce the R, so brot. Okay.
So it's not like for the color red is red, so it's not red.
No, you have to use the German R, the guttural R in the back of your throat.
So it's like you have to apply pressure here on the throat to really...
Yes, it might be something you just have to practice and then one day it will come out. It's like practicing the Italian or Spanish R. It just takes practice when it's not part of your own language.
Could you say that again? The red?
Rot. So, rrr.
Ah. But you're exaggerating. No.
Yes, of course I'm exaggerating, yes. But
normally you say
rot.
What?
Yeah, very briefly. It's exactly like in French. So maybe that might help someone out there. Okay, but as I said, the R is not always pronounced. Let's get back to syllables. So, as with the H, it matters where in a word the R is. So, when a syllable or a word is starting with an R, you have to pronounce it, apparently, otherwise there would be just a void. But if a word is ending with an R, something a bit weird happens. I give you the example Meer, which means sea, the sea you swim in, which you can see ends with an R, but you don't pronounce it. You don't say mer, you say mer, which actually really sounds like you have added an A, mer. So let's build the plural of this, which is mere. And the R has to be pronounced again because it is the start of a syllable, of the second syllable. So mehr, singular, mere, plural, and the R changes. Another good example is the word for teacher. Lehrer. We have two R's in one word. The first R is pronounced because it starts the second syllable. And the second R is not pronounced because it's the last letter of the word. So, Lehrer. And it again just sounds like an A. Okay. Then, the next letter that I need to talk about is the S. Our German S is different from the English one because it is very, very soft. It is actually more like a bee buzzing, or as you also hear in the word buzzing, it's z. So that is the German S, a bit like in English Z or TH in some cases. So z. This also changes when the S is the last letter of a word. For example, the word for bus, which in German is Bus, same word mainly. It changes and becomes sharp as in English, so Bus, and you wouldn't say Buzz, because that wouldn't work. So, beginning of a word, beginning of a syllable, soft, and at the end, sharp as in English. Let's give you another example. Actually, let's take my name again, which is Sonja. Not Sonja, as I get called, but Sonja in German, proper correct German. Okay. Then the next letter I need to explain is the V. In German it's called Vowel. And also in this case, the pronunciation of the letter itself already tells you that it is quite different from English, because we actually pronounce it mostly as an F. F. For example, Vater, which means father, Vater. Or, you know the car brand Volkswagen, Volkswagen. You probably will have pronounced it wrong all your life, but you have to pronounce this V like an F. And actually, quite curiously, in this case of Volkswagen, no German would ever say Volkswagen. Everyone only says VW. Which also brings us to our next letter, the W. W. Because this is the one we pronounce like you, in English, pronounce your V. So, without exceptions, our W is pronounced V, as in Wasser, Wasser, water, or winter in German is Winter. So it's written in exactly the same way as you can see, but we pronounce the W differently.
Now it comes to my mind about a supermarket name in Germany. The English alphabet is Rewe.
Rewe. Yes. That's a German supermarket. And
German way to speak it is
exactly Rewe. So all the rules apply. The R at the beginning is our guttural R, and then the W pronounced like a V.
Like a V.
Yeah, Rewe.
Rewe. No,
Okay.
Rewe.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why these rules are so important, because it will always be like this. There aren't any exceptions. And now whenever you see a word that has a W in it, you know it will always be pronounced V. So that's why I said once you know all these rules, you can't read anything wrong ever again. So it's quite important. That's why this lecture is also a bit longer, but important. Okay, right. The last letter I need to talk about is the letter Z. This one in German is really, really sharp. It is Z. It's already called Z. So it's really hard. And I'll give you an example. The word for train is Zug. Zug. Or also another word in combination with a T, it gets even a bit stronger. So for example, the word for sentence is Satz. So you have T, Z, a very common combination, and just a very, very sharp sound. Also the word, again, same spelling as in English. In English you have Zoo. In German, Zoo. Okay, so yeah, when people say German is a harsh language, in this case of the Z it is true, although then think of the S and it's not true at all. Okay, that's the normal alphabet. You might already know that there's more to it, and we will cover that in the next lesson, when I will talk to you about letter combinations, which is also very, very important to know. So, I look forward to see you in the next lesson again, and tschüss! Hallo und willkommen to lesson number 3. In this lesson, as I announced last time, we are going to talk about letter combinations. So, we already covered the whole alphabet, the normal alphabet from A to Z. Now we are talking about certain letters acting together and therefore having another sound. Let's talk about vowels first. You might have heard about Umlaute. Umlaute are combinations of letters which you see as R or U with 2 dots on top, as you can see here. So here we have the first one, R with the dots is pronounced ä. The O with 2 dots becomes Ö. It's a sound that you might know from French, but very particular to the German language as well. Then we have the U with 2 dots, which becomes Ü. So those 3, Ä, Ö, Ü. Okay, this is a combination because what it actually is, it is an A, an O and a U followed by an E. So, A plus E becomes Ä, O plus E becomes Ö, U plus E becomes Ü. Okay, this is important when, for example, you are writing something on your keyboard, on your international English, whatever keyboard. And of course you don't have these letters Ä, Ö, Ü. So what you do, you use the combinations AE, OE, UE, which are correct. Because what would not be correct if you just use A, O, U. So the correct version AE, OE, UE, AE, OE, UE. Same goes for if someday you happen to make a German crossword. Or we in Germany, when we are doing a crossword, we have to use those combinations in order to be correct. Okay, for the pronunciation, it is different because in English you don't have Ö or Ü, but just practice and listen carefully how people pronounce it and try to imitate. Okay, then we have diphthongs. A diphthong is also a combination of vowels. And yeah, in German we have 5 vowel combinations I need to mention here. Let's start with AU. AU is simply pronounced au. Au. Okay, like when you're hurting yourself. Au. Then we have EU, which is always pronounced oi. EU becomes oi. Unless we have it in a foreign word, like we use the French word friseur, that we have EU, but we would pronounce it the French way. Okay, then we have the letter combination Ä plus U. So you can see we already have our umlaut Ä and a following U, and this is also pronounced oi. No exceptions, so we have 2 sounds that create an oi sound, EU and AU. Okay, then we have EI. EI is always pronounced I. And it is very common. You will see it in so many words and you always pronounce it I. And the last one, the opposite, I and E, I plus E, which just becomes a very, very, very long E sound. So whenever you see I-E, you just pronounce it in a very long manner. So you wouldn't say ie, like pronouncing those singularly, but just they form together a very long E. Okay, that's all there is to know about vowel combinations. Now we get into the consonants. And there are a few combinations that are really important and need clarification. So, a major thing is the CH, a very, very common combination in the German language. And the pronunciation of this varies, and it depends on what other letters accompany the CH. And what it really depends on solely is the very letter before the CH combination. So, for example, we have ACH. This is pronounced ach. This is not a word, it's just a combination of letters that occurs in many, many words. So, after the A, after R, you always have this guttural CH, ach. Okay. This changes, however, after the letter E, for example. After the E, in German, E, the CH becomes a very different sound. So, the combination ECH is pronounced ech. You don't have this guttural ch anymore. It is just some air leaving your mouth through gritted teeth, so ech. This is also this sound only exists in the German language. And it might be a bit difficult at first, but again, just listen carefully and try to imitate, and then one day you will manage to pronounce that. And yes, you don't only have this after the E, but also after the I. So, ICH becomes ich. And you might have heard this word because it actually means I. So, ich, I. And yeah, so we have after the A, guttural CH, after E and I, a very, let's call it a soft CH. Now we have O and U. After those two, the H again is hard guttural. So OCH, och, UCH, uch. These are not words, but they occur within many words. So it's important to know how to pronounce them correctly. So far we have ach, ech, ich, och, uch. Okay, so the rule is after E and I, the CH is soft. So what happens after ä, ö, and ü? I explained before, in the ä, ö, ü, there is a hidden E at the end. So it's AE, OE, UE. And because there is this E, the CH that follows has to be soft, because we just established the rule after E, CH is soft. So after those, ech, öch, üch. Very soft and not in the throat. Okay, then after other vowel combinations like AU, EU, AU, EI, IE. The same rule. So let's look at AU. It ends with a U, and after U we have the rule, the CH is hard, it's in your throat. For all the others though, now we have EU. We do have the U at the end of this combination, but I told you before the pronunciation of this one is oi. So practically we have an I, like OI, oi. EU is pronounced oi. And therefore, if a CH follows, it is soft again. Euch. Then, same thing for EI and IE. It ends first with an I and then with an E. So the rule is CH is pronounced softly. So, eich, ich. Okay, I know this might be very difficult to memorize all at once, but practically, just remember, there are only 4 vowels or vowel combinations when the CH is actually the hard sound in the back of your throat. So the CH is only hard after A, O, U and the combination AU. In all the other cases, it is this very, very soft sound. Okay, let me quickly try to explain how to produce that sound. What's happening in your mouth when you're doing that? You are sort of biting your own tongue. Like you push your tongue through your molars, so the back teeth, and then just let out some air. So just try to do it, and yeah, maybe you will manage. Maybe not at first, but the important thing is to know that the CH is not always and actually mostly not pronounced in a very hard way. Okay. Another very interesting letter is the S and its combinations. So we have the single S, the double S, and this weird shape, the SZ. You might have seen it. It looks like the Greek B. And they are all the same letter, more or less. Okay, the normal S I have already explained last lesson. Now we have double S and SZ. These are the same basically. So if you, for example, need to write this weird S because it's part of a word, but you don't have the keyboard to do it, you just write double S and it is correct. Okay, for the pronunciation, what is the actual difference? The S sound itself is the same in both. So double S and SZ are pronounced S, like a sharp English normal S. Okay, the one thing that changes though is the vowel that precedes. So, if we have a double S after a vowel, the vowel is pronounced short. If we have this SZ after a vowel, the vowel is prolonged. Example, Straße, which means street. Maybe you have seen that. Straße. The R sound becomes so long because we have this SZ following. For example, Gasse, which is also a sort of street, but narrower, smaller. In this case, we have a double S after the A, and that makes the whole R sound very short. So we have Straße versus Gasse. You can hear the difference there already. Okay, another S combination is the combination SCH. This is very, very common, and it is simply pronounced sh. And yes, it is always pronounced like that, and there is actually nothing else to say, but so you know, SCH is like the English SH, and you will find it a lot. Okay, and one last combination, or two last combinations for the S, is the S in combination with a T and with a P. And this is a bit tricky because the pronunciation varies depending on the position of this. So we have many words starting with ST. And in this case, the pronunciation is not like in English. Like, let's take the word start, which in German is the same word, but pronounced Start. Start, start. And this is the case only because the word is starting with the ST. If we have ST at the end of a word, this becomes st, like in English. For example, the word fast, fast, which means almost. There we have it at the end of the word and the sound changes. Okay, so then you sometimes have it in the middle of a word. So what do? Here, for example, we have the word kosten. Kosten. In this case, the thing with the syllables is there again, because the syllables are separated between S and T. So, of course, you can't pronounce it like in the case when the word is starting with an ST. So, kos, first syllable, ten, second syllable. Okay, so again, it's just a question of where it is within the word. The same, exactly the same goes for SP. If a word starts with an SP, as in spielen, spielen, to play, SP is sp. If we have it in the middle of a word, which is really not very common, but it happens, like in the word prospect, prospect, like in English, prospect, same thing, then S and P are separated and therefore do not create this sp sound. Okay, what doesn't exist would be the SP at the end of a word, so don't worry about that. Okay, yes, that's been all the letter combinations to know. And I want to repeat again, once you know all the rules, you can't read anything wrong ever again. So try to learn them really good, and yes, then you will be fine for whatever word you see. Okay, thank you for joining again, and I will see you in the next lesson. Tschüss!
I think I still struggle about the German S and the Z, because it's like a reverse in English because of the buzzing sound in the S, German S. As simple as wie heißen Sie, because I used to say just wie heißen Sie, and
yes.
that's wrong.
And that would be a sharp S, which is wrong for our normal S, because that is the buzzing S, so that would be wie heißen Sie. We have first in the verb heißen, we have this letter called SZ. That's like the English S, very sharp, heißen, but then our normal S is just Sie, Z. Wie heißen Sie?
Yeah, that's the SZ. The S is not a buzzing sound.
No, the SZ is our sharp S.
Oh, okay. So it's always wie heißen Sie.
Always, yeah. Maybe it's a bit difficult if both are close together as a foreign learner to think of it immediately. It just takes a bit of practice, and one day it will come natural, as everything in language.
Also like your name, Sonja?
Sonja? Yes, Sonja.
No, Sonja.
Yeah, I'm used to being called Sonja in every other country, but yeah, it is Sonja.
The shape I've been calling your name wrong all the time.
Well,
until now that I learned the correct way. Sonja.
Yes.
And then sehr gut.
Sehr gut.
Sehr gut,
yeah.
not sehr gut.
Yeah, very good. Sehr gut.
Because that's the rule in German pronunciation, so it must be like this, the buzzing. No
yes.
German would pronounce without the buzzing.
Well, unless a word ends with an S, of course, then you can't buzz because there's no vowel following, like in the word bus, which is like the English bus. So in that case, we have a sharp sound as well, but only if it's at the end of a syllable or of a word.
And also.
Yeah, because the syllable is starting with the S, so it's a very soft buzzing S. Also.
The L is also a problem to me. Al.
Yes,
it's not like
you sound
English.
very English in that. Yes, our L is a bit flatter.
In the last video you talked about
yes,
the L is flat, a bit flat,
yeah.
not to the upper.
Exactly, yeah.
Also. Still growing up a bit.
Yeah.
I need a lot of practice.
Exactly.
And Studenten.
Studenten.
Without a buzzing, yeah.
Yes, because ST is, it's always st.
It's like, it's impossible to do buzzing in this case, right?
Yes,
Studenten.
it is.
It's difficult, so.
Studenten. Yeah, that's the specific rule that as ST at the beginning of a syllable or word is always st. No exceptions. So it's got nothing to do with the normal S because it's in a consonant combination.
Also like wie schade, no buzzing.
Yeah, wie schade, because that's not an S, that's an SCH, which is like a known sound. So SCH is always sh.
And then summer, in German, Sommer.
Yeah, summer is Sommer. So you see, sometimes words are so similar to English, but you must detach from the English pronunciation. You can't, when you read a German word, you mustn't even think of any other language in your head. So don't even think, oh, that's like summer, so the pronunciation will be similar. No, you just read it and think of German pronunciation rules and then go for it.
Not much referencing from our own language.
No, you really have to detach from the language in your head. Yeah.
Otherwise, it just bother your learning process.
That's why most people never will get a foreign accent correct.
Speak like a native. It's
Exactly.
difficult because they always think in their own
mother tongue.
mother tongue.
Exactly.
It's just like me learning English.
Yeah.
As a Chinese, the TH sound is very foreign to me. We don't have that sound in Chinese, so we just try to find a substitute. Closest sound like there, we say there.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So that's the difference.
Only very few other languages have this th,
Yeah.
so most of them use that strategy, which is completely fine. No one has to be like a native, but whoever aspires it, yeah, there are ways to get there.
But it's just a tiny detail.
Yes,
If
you have to pay a lot of
attention
to
to
detail,
it, it would make you sound more like a native.
Yes.
Okay. And then the Z in German, zu Hause.
Yeah, our
Zu
Z is not a Z, it is called Z. So you can hear it, it is so hard. It's
A lot of air coming out.
a lot of air, yeah.
Z.
Z. So, zu Hause.
Zu Hause.
Yeah, at home. Zu Hause. Yeah, you can't go wrong in exaggerating this one even, because that is a strong letter.
And then another one, zusammen.
Yes, zusammen. So it's difficult when those letters are so close together.
Yeah.
To make that switch in your mind. That's why you mustn't think of any other pronunciation of any other language. So, zusammen.
With buzzing S.
Yeah, the S is always buzzing when a syllable begins with it.
Oh, it's difficult. Zusammen.
Zusammen. Yeah.
Always hear that when paying a bill in the restaurant. The waitress was
Yes.
zusammen.
Zusammen oder getrennt.
Oder getrennt.
Yeah, exactly. So, zusammen, together, combined.
Repeat after me. Training 1. I will read out several frequently used German words. I will first say the single word slowly, waiting for you to repeat after me. Then I will say the same word again, first at a slow pace and then at a more natural pace. You may then repeat the word again, trying to imitate my more natural pronunciation. Many of these words might be completely new to you, but you don't need to worry about that. Try to focus on pronunciation and imitation. Towards the end, I have included 2 examples of longer words, in order to show you that there is no need to fear them, as all the rules of pronunciation still apply. Die Arbeit. Die Arbeit. Die Arbeit. Die Arbeit. Die Sprache. Die Sprache. Die Sprache. Die Sprache. Wachsen. 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 Die Häuser. Die Häuser. Die Häuser. Die Häuser. Die Schule. Die Schule. Die Schule. Die Schule. Leben. 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 Lieben. 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 Der Frühling. Der Frühling. Der Frühling. Der Frühling. Der Herbst. Der Herbst. Der Herbst. Der Herbst. Die Hose. Die Hose. Die Hose. Die Hose. Das Zimmer. Das Zimmer. Das Zimmer. Das Zimmer. Schließen. Schließen. schließen, schließen, schwer, 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 fröhlich, 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 fröhlich. Die Verletzung, die Verletzung, die Verletzung, die Verletzung. Die Zeitung, die Zeitung, die Zeitung, die Zeitung. Gestern, 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 gestern. Müde, 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 müde. Die Quelle, die Quelle, die Quelle, die Quelle. Hungrig, 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 hungrig. Außer, 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 außer. Das Pfund, das Pfund, das Pfund, das Pfund. Die Krankenversicherung, die Krankenversicherung, die Krankenversicherung, die Krankenversicherung. Die Sicherheitsmaßnahme, die Sicherheitsmaßnahme, die Sicherheitsmaßnahme, die Sicherheitsmaßnahme. Repeat after me, Training 2. In this exercise, I will confront you with a list of German words that you will no doubt know the meaning of. These words are written entirely, or almost entirely, like their English equivalents, because most of them have a common root in Latin or Greek. English speakers are especially inclined to keep their native or first learned pronunciation with these kinds of words. That is why I want you to completely detach from any English pronunciation, no matter how natural it comes to you. Focus on my German pronunciation of these words and try to imitate me. Again, we will go through them first at a slow pace and then at a more natural pace. Der Protest. Der Protest. Der Protest. Der Protest. Das Produkt. Das Produkt. Das Produkt. Das Produkt. Der Supermarkt. Der Supermarkt. Der Supermarkt. Der Supermarkt. Emotional. 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 Der Kindergarten. Der Kindergarten. Der Kindergarten. Der Kindergarten. Der Ring. Der Ring. Der Ring. Der Ring. Die Temperatur. Die Temperatur. Die Temperatur. Die Temperatur. Der Ball. Der Ball. Der Ball. Der Ball. Das Gold. Das Gold. Das Gold. Das Gold. Warm. 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 Der Sport. Der Sport. Der Sport. Der Sport. Englisch. 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 Das Telefon. Das Telefon. Das Telefon. Das Telefon. Der Millimeter. Der Millimeter. Der Millimeter. Der Millimeter. Das Thermometer. Das Thermometer. Das Thermometer. Das Thermometer.
Hallo, guten Morgen und willkommen zu Lektion 4. Welcome to Lesson 4. Today we are talking about personal pronouns and the two most important verbs in every language, which would be the verb to be and to have. Okay, let's start with the personal pronouns. In English, I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. These are a bit similar in German. We have the same number of pronouns. So, let's start. Ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie. Okay. You can see in the third person, er, sie, es, like in English, he, she, it. So we also have 3 genders in German, which will be important later on. Okay, let's add a verb to these pronouns. The verb to be. In German, in the infinite form, the verb to be is sein. To be, sein. Okay. In German, we conjugate every verb. In English, you don't really, but with the verb to be, you also conjugate. So this will be familiar for you. So we have I am, ich bin, ich bin. You are, du bist, du bist. He is, ist, ist. She is, sie ist, sie ist. It is, es ist, es ist. We are, wir sind, wir sind. You are, ihr seid, ihr seid. They are, sie sind, sie sind. Okay, so that's your first verb, the most important one, the most used one. And let's also cover the verb to have, which in English you do not really conjugate except for the change in the third person singular. But you will see in German we do, and the conjugation itself is quite regular, even in irregular verbs. So you will already see similarities with the verb to be. Okay, let's get started. I have, ich habe, ich habe. You have, du hast, du hast. He has, hat, hat. She has, sie hat, sie hat. It has, es hat, es hat. We have, wir haben, wir haben. You have, ihr habt, ihr habt. They have, sie haben, sie haben. Okay, that would be your first conjugation. I will now give you some sentences and you will see that everything is always regular, and I think you might easily understand these sentences. Okay, sentence 1. Ich bin glücklich. Ich bin glücklich. Here you see, ich bin, I am. Glücklich is an adjective which means happy. So, I am happy. Ich bin glücklich. Same word order as in English. Easy. Then, second sentence. Sie ist schon da. Sie ist schon da. So, who are we talking about? About her, a female, she. She is, sie ist schon da. Schon da means she is already here. Sie ist schon da. She is already here. Now, let's go with a question. Seid ihr müde? Seid ihr müde? You've already seen ihr means you in the plural. Seid, the verb to be. So, you are tired. But here, as a question, are you tired? And in German, as in English, we shift the verb behind before the pronoun. So, you are, ihr seid, and are you, seid ihr. Question, are you tired? Seid ihr müde? Okay, the verb to have in sentences. Another question, hast du Hunger? Hast du Hunger means, are you hungry? So in this case, we actually use the verb to have. Literally, do you have hunger? Hast du Hunger? Also here, question, verb comes first, personal pronoun follows. Okay. Another sentence, wir haben keine Lust. Wir haben keine Lust. We have, wir haben. Keine Lust is a very, very common expression, which is why I'm including it already now. It means we're not in the mood, we don't want to, but it's a proper expression that people use. That's why you should hear it as early as possible. Wir haben keine Lust could be translated as we are not in the mood. Okay, and a last example. Sie haben einen Hund. Sie haben einen Hund. They have a dog. Here the verb have just indicates a possession, so a bit easier. Sie haben einen Hund. Okay.
To see, they can both be she and they. See.
Yes, it's practically the same word. She, sie, they, sie. That's why a conjugation comes in handy, because then when you have the correct verb form, you know if it's singular or plural. But yes, the word itself is the same. Okay. In a couple of lessons we will get back to verbs, but this is for now a good basic, and yeah. So I hope it was easy to follow, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 5. A hearty welcome to lesson number 5. In this lesson we will talk about some questions that you might ask someone in your first conversation. So it's all about introducing yourself and getting to know the other person. So in this lesson you will hear many new interrogative words. Okay, let's start with a very basic. First question you would probably ask is, how are you? So, how are you? Wie geht's? Wie geht's? So, our question word is wie, which means how. Another example with wie. Wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? What is your name? And another one. Wie alt bist du? Wie alt bist du? How old are you? These questions don't always translate literally, but it doesn't matter, but that's the correct and most used form. So, wie heißt du? Wie geht's? Wie alt bist du? Okay, let's go to the next question word. Wo. Wo means where. So, you can ask, wo wohnst du? Wo wohnst du? Where do you live? Or, where are you from? Wo kommst du her? Wo kommst du her? This is a bit peculiar because our question word is actually not only wo, but woher. You can see we have here wo in the beginning and her as the last word of the sentence, which is why you can also just say woher kommst du and have the word together. Woher kommst du, which still means where are you from. Okay, then we have another wo thing. We're in the question, where are you going? For example, wohin gehst du? Wohin gehst du? Or wo gehst du hin? Here again we have the separation. Both are correct, you can use whatever you prefer. But remember, in order to say where, you can have wo, woher, wohin. It always depends on the context. Okay, next question word, wann. When. Wann hast du Geburtstag? Wann hast du Geburtstag? When is your birthday? When is your birthday? Wann hast du Geburtstag? Okay, it's quite similar to the English in this case. The next one, who. Wer ist das? Wer ist das? Who is that? Or who is he? Who is she? We always actually only say das. Also, when you then answer this question, You wouldn't say he is my brother. You would say that is my brother. And it doesn't matter if it's male or female or whatever, you always say das. Yeah.
So I can't just ask who is he or she. In English, you know, we use he or she.
Yes.
To specify the gender.
Grammatically, of course, you can say wer ist wer ist sie. So it is perfectly correct grammatically, but it is not really used. It is much more natural to just say wer ist das.
Also, it's weird to say that. Well, like wer ist
You wouldn't hear it, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Next question word, was. What. So, was möchtest du machen? Was möchtest du machen? What would you like to do? Okay. Do not worry about all the words you don't know yet, but you will already have heard them from this lesson later on when they come back, and you can already learn these questions by heart, and yeah, so you'll already have the pattern of it in your brain, and yeah, everything will come back later, no worries. Okay, now the why question. Why are you laughing? Warum lachst du? Warum lachst du? So why, warum. But we don't only use warum, we can also use wieso. Wieso. It's a complete synonym, so don't worry, you will hear both of them. You can choose whichever you like best. Warum, wieso. Okay, what you might often hear is in the combination, why not? People say, wieso nicht? But also, warum nicht? So, your choice. And a last one, welche, which music do you like? Welche Musik gefällt dir? Welche Musik gefällt dir? You will hear or see variations of the question word itself. So you might see welcher with an R, welches with an S at the end. That's to do with declension, which we will cover a lot later. But it doesn't matter, because whenever you hear something with welch, no matter what follows, E, ER, ES, it will always be which. So, as an alternative to this which, welcher, we also say was für. Was für. Literally, what for. So, same question. Welche Musik gefällt dir? Which music do you like? We could say, was für Musik gefällt dir? That is very natural, and people say that all the time. So just, again, choose freely which you prefer.
So they are both equally, it means the same thing.
Yes.
And it's not about formal or informal way of asking questions.
Not so much about formality, but more about natural use. So I think it is more natural to say was für. It might be a bit more complicated for the learner, because sometimes the für just vanishes and goes to the end of the sentence, and you might not know where to put it, because word order is very special in German. So it might be safer to stick with welche, which is always correct, and it's not super formal or anything. So yeah.
Yeah, but the order is like the you is always at the end of the sentence. It's not like in English, the you or he, she.
That totally depends on so many things. So we will have a lesson about word order, and yes, so then I will explain everything.
Okay.
Okay. So one last thing to say is, I will get back to the question word wo, because you will very, very often find wo in a combination with other pronouns. And these are a bit difficult to understand, but just so you know they exist, and for example, you might see worauf, worüber, worunter. These later function as conjunctions between sentences. It's quite complex, but so don't worry if you see them. They are still question words, but yeah, not for the basic questions. So, but we will get back to that, just so you know they exist, and don't freak out if you find them, because you might not find them in a dictionary. Okay, right. So in the next lesson we will get back to verbs, regular verbs, which then will come in handy to fully understand the questions we have just gone through. Okay, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you again. Goodbye. Tschüss. Hallo und willkommen zu Lektion Nummer 6. Welcome to lesson number 6. In this lesson we are talking about regular verbs. You have already learned the verb to be and to have. These are not regular but very important, so now we can do a comparison with a regular verb. Let's start with the verb gehen, to walk or to go. Gehen. Gehen is the infinite form. So, every verb in German ends with en in the infinite form. Okay, so the conjugation, which we have to do in German. You remember the personal pronouns ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie. Let's add the verb gehen. Ich gehe, du gehst, er, sie, es geht, wir gehen, ihr geht, sie gehen. Okay, so we have the stem of the verb gehen, which is geh, G-E-H, and then an ending, which changes with the person of the sentence. So, ich, I, requires an I to the stem. So, geh plus E, gehe. Second person singular, du, requires st. Gehst. Ge, the stem plus st. Gehst. Third person singular, er, sie, es, geht. So we just add a t to the stem. Wir gehen. Gehen, we add an en, or you could say we leave it at the infinite form, because it's the same form. Gehen, then you, plural, second person. Ihr geht, again we add a t. And sie gehen, we add an en, or back to the infinitive form. Okay, if you look here, you can see it's actually very easy to remember. We have E, S, T, T, E, N, T, E, N. And that goes for every verb there is, every regular verb. Okay, let's dive directly into another one. The verb machen, to make or to do, machen. So, we have ich mache, stem mach plus E. Du machst, stem plus st. Er, sie, es macht, stem plus t. Wir machen, stem plus en. Ihr macht, stem plus t. And sie machen, stem plus en. Okay, very regular, quite easy to remember. And yeah, I said in the beginning, all the verbs in the infinite form end with en. We do have some verbs where there is an L or an R in the middle, so we have verbs that end with ERN or ELN, but that does not affect the endings of the verb. So the conjugation is still regular and all. Even if we have an irregular verb, normally the endings stay the same. So the irregularity in German verbs is in the stem and not in the ending. And we will get back to that in another lesson. Okay, now what you can do, I will give you 3 verbs now and you can try to conjugate them. So just write them down or just do it in your head. These verbs are regular, so just look at the endings we've just seen and try to conjugate the verbs. Okay, the first verb is möchten. Möchten, which means to want or to like. The second one is verstehen. Verstehen, to understand. And the third one, lernen, to learn. Okay, so you can try, give it a go, conjugate these verbs, and then later you can check if they are correct in the file. Okay, thank you for listening and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss! Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 7. In this lesson, we are going to talk about inversion. Okay, so what is that? Inversion means when 2 elements of speech swap positions. So, our standard word order would be subject plus verb plus then maybe an object or a time or place. Okay, in the case of inversion, this order is not maintained. And we are talking about the swapping from the verb to the position of the subject. Okay, so let's take a very simple sentence. Ich esse jetzt. Ich esse jetzt. The verb essen, to eat, and the word jetzt means now. So, ich esse jetzt. I am eating now. Okay, if we want to start this sentence with now, the whole structure changes. So, ich esse jetzt becomes jetzt esse ich. So, jetzt esse ich, time, verb, subject. You cannot say jetzt ich esse. That is just completely wrong. So that's a basic case of inversion. When would you change that structure? You could start a sentence with the time in order to stress the time. That often happens. It's very natural that you put first what you want to put the focus on. And if you decide to put something else first, you simply have to change the position from subject and verb. Okay, another example. Er macht nichts. Er macht nichts. He does nothing. He is doing nothing. If we want to stress the fact of nothing and put this in the beginning, everything changes again and we have nichts macht er. Nichts macht er. So you see, if simply anything comes first, if anything else apart from the subject is the first word of the sentence, we have to swap positions. In this case, when would you say that? For example, person 1 says, er macht nichts. Simple statement, er macht nichts. Second person hasn't really grasped it and asks, what is he doing? Was macht er? So the first person repeats himself again, and now he swaps position, nichts macht er, because you want to stress the nichts in this case. Nichts macht er, habe ich gesagt. Nothing he's doing is what I said. Okay, so this is very common and this is absolutely mandatory in German. Yeah, so it's not only about a time being put first or an object, it is really whatever is being put first. We do have a couple of exceptions and I'm going to say them right now because these are important. Positions are never swapped after the words auch, aber und oder. Okay, auch means also, as well. Aber means but. Oder means or. And und means and. So if you start your sentence with one of these, word order stays the standard. So und plus subject plus verb, and no swapping here. But in all the other cases, whatever you put first requires a change in the word order.
So I cannot say und mache ich nicht. I must say.
No, you cannot say that.
I must say und ich mache nicht.
Yeah, und ich mache nichts. Yeah. Because after a word like auch, aber, oder und, it's like the sentence starts all over again. So no swapping necessary.
And it would be wrong if I
It
do
would
this
be wrong, yes, it would.
grammatically.
The same way as it would be wrong not to swap when something else comes first.
Could you give me an example of that?
Well, another example, if I put a place first. Let's say I go home. Ich gehe nach Hause. Home, nach Hause. If I want to stress the fact of home and start home go I, at home go I, then we have nach Hause gehe ich. This is not a natural word order, but it happens if you want to stress something. And in that case, you have to swap. Okay. Yeah, this will be heard very frequently, so don't worry, and yeah, you will get used to it surely. Okay, thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss!
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 8. Welcome to Lesson 8. In this lesson, we are going to talk about articles and gender in German. As you might maybe know already, we have more than one gender. In fact, we have 3. Grammatically, we have masculine, feminine, and neuter. So, this means that we have 3 different articles for every gender has its own specific article. As in English, we have to distinguish between the definite article and the indefinite article. Just to remind you, the definite article in English is the, and the indefinite article in English is a or an. So, in German, in the singular, we have der, die, das. Der being the masculine article, die, feminine, and das, neuter. So, why do we have 3 genders? That's just the way it is, grammatically, and there is no logic whatsoever behind it. Not even biological gender can dictate you what gender to use grammatically. In fact, most everyday objects don't have a biological gender if you think about it, so it's pretty much random, which means you just have to pretty much learn every article with the vocabulary that you learn. So, I will give you some examples. In this case, biological. For example, Mann, der Mann, the man, biologically masculine and grammatically as well. Same for female, die Frau, the woman, die Frau. And the child is neuter, das Kind, das Kind. So, der, die, das. These are the definite articles. If we now take a man, a woman, a child, this becomes ein Mann, eine Frau, ein Kind. So you can see masculine, neuter are the same form. Feminine has the E at the end. Okay, but let's take other nouns that don't have a biological gender. For example, der Baum, the tree. You can see the tree is masculine. Why? That's just the way it is. Die Welt, the world, feminine. Das Gefühl, the feeling, neuter. Der Student, the student,
not referring to male or female, doesn't matter. Masculine. Die Tasse, the cup or mug, feminine. Das Auto, neuter. Das Auto, the car. Okay, so as you can see, it's just really pretty much random. And for the plural, it's a bit easier because all the plural articles are just die. So exactly the same word as for the feminine singular. Die Männer, die Frauen, die Kinder, die Autos, die Bäume, die Gefühle, die Tassen, die Welten. If you look at those nouns, how they end in the plural, they're all a bit different. And again, we don't really have rules how the plurals are formed. If you look in a grammar book or on the internet, you might find some sort of rules. My personal advice, don't learn them, don't bother, because there are too many rules, and in the end, it is random. So you can take those as guidelines, but not really as rules. For example, many masculine nouns with an a in the singular have an with a point, with the dots on top in the plural. Same for masculine nouns with u, they become ü. But those are guidelines, not rules, because you will find always exceptions. So how should you deal with this? When you learn a new word, look at the plural and try to learn it together with the article and the word. So you learn der Mann, die Männer for man, and not only Mann. So right from the basics, start to look at all the possible forms and don't bother about learning any rules because they are merely guidelines but not really rules. So yeah. That's my personal advice for you. So we have no guarantee, but we have those 3 different genders, and it can be quite important because sometimes we have words that mean a different thing depending on the gender and on the article. So you really want to learn the article together with the noun. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and now I will see you in the next lesson and another bit of German grammar. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 9. Welcome to lesson 9. So, last time we covered nouns and plural. So, what goes well with that? Numbers. Okay. I will teach you all the numbers in this lesson, and you will see they are a tiny bit funny sometimes, so let's get right to it. Okay, let's start with the numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, I'll just say them and you will see them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so from 1 to 10. All the rules of pronunciation apply, so it shouldn't be a problem on how to pronounce them. So from 10 to 20. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And here you can already see the similarities to English numbers. So until 12 we have just one word as in English, and then it's actually a combination of 2 numbers, like 13, in this case 10 for 10 and third for 3. So we have the same combination, 13, even a bit easier because we don't change the words. 13, 14, so it's literally 3, 10, 4, 10, 5, 10, and so on. The only numbers that change a bit are the numbers 6 and 7, because instead of 16, we only say 16. 16, simply for reasons of easier pronunciation. And 17, it's not 17, but only 17, again, because it's a bit simpler. So, but still everything is quite regular and very similar to the English. What happens after 20 though is a bit, sort of weird maybe. In English we have 21, 22, 23, 24 and so on. So you take the 20 and you add the other number. In German we do the exact opposite. We first take the small number and then the large number. So 21 is 21. 21. Apart from the fact that the S from eins is missing, you will see here, this is a combination of 1 and 20. 3 words together, 1 and 20. And this goes on like that. 1 and 20, 2 and 20, 3 and 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So, that's the system which we follow. Then the rest is simply vocabulary, because everything is regular. So from 30 on, same principle. First the small number, then the large number. 30 in German is 30. 30. So again, 31, 1 and 30. 31, 32, 33. And this goes on like that. Okay, so let's cover all the other numbers that you need in order to follow this structure. 40, 40, 50, 50, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90, and 100, 100. Okay, so everything completely regular up to 99. After 100, the same structure follows, only that you have 100 in front. So 101, 101, 102, 103, and so on. 168, 168. So we have the 100, but then we have the 68, and the same principle from before applies. First the small number, then the large number. So, okay, and this is very, very regular. So just learn the numbers, the vocabulary for the numbers, and remember the structure, or, well, rather the order in which the numbers go. And it should be quite easy. So, 100, 100. 200, 200. 300, 300. And so on. Same principle as in English. Then, up to 1,000, 1,000. Almost the same word. 1,000. And again, 2,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,000, and so on. So this thing with the smaller number coming before the large number, that only goes for the smallest numbers. It's not that when you have a 7 number that you would start with the last and then go the complete opposite. No. Only from the numbers from 1 to 100 you have to pay attention to not getting it wrong. And there's always the word and in the middle. Und. Okay. So, plurals. If you have a number higher than 1, you use the plural form of the word, which we have talked about last lesson. I mention this because this is not a rule for every language, but in German it is. So, examples from the last lesson. Man, ein Mann. And pay attention to the missing S here again. Ein Mann, one man. 2 men, zwei Männer. 3 men, drei Männer. And so on. Same for feminine and neuter. Okay, so that's about the numbers. I hope you don't find it too weird. It's just a question of getting used to it. And I know from my own experience, numbers are always the thing that makes you stumble, even if you are quite fluent already in a language. Once you want to express a number, you have to think, because you have a fixed concept of that number, so it's a bit difficult, and don't worry about that. So, okay, thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss!
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 10. This lesson is all about negation in German. So, how does it work? In German, we have 2 ways of negating things. We have the word nicht in order to say not, or we have kein, keine, and other variations of that in order to say not. So, which one to use when? This all depends on what exactly you are negating in your sentence. So, generally, rule of thumb, if we want to negate a verb, or let's say the action of the sentence, we use nicht. Das ist nicht gut. That is not good. Das ist nicht gut. So, we have the whole thing, the verb to be, that is being negated in this sentence. If we have a noun, we would use kein. So the better English translation is actually no rather than not. Like no person, kein Mensch. No man, kein Mann. No woman, keine Frau, and so on. So in this case, we grammatically negate the noun that follows. This means that the negation is always directly in front of the noun. Unless we put an adjective in, the adjective squeezes between the article and the noun. So I just said article because if you look at it, kein, keine is actually the negative article of ein, eine. So the indefinite article is being negated by adding a k in the beginning. So whatever variation we have from ein, eine, grammatically, we also have with kein, keine, and it always follows the same rules. Okay, now back to nicht. I will give you more examples. Ich mag ihn nicht so sehr. Ich mag ihn nicht so sehr. I don't really like him that much. So in English we have the negation in the do not, I don't. But in German we have the nicht, because again the verb, the mögen, to like, is being negated. Or wir wollen das nicht. We don't want that. Wir wollen das nicht. So you might ask, where do I put this nicht? And that's a tricky question, because nicht is one of those parts of the sentence that sort of always takes the place that is not being taken by something else grammatically. Because we have some crazy rules in German where to put which kind of the sentence, which particle of the sentence. So nicht doesn't really have a rule, it takes the place that is still unoccupied. So very often you will find a very, very long sentence and the very last word of that sentence is nicht. So you might think for the first 15 words of the sentence it's going to be a positive statement, and then the last word is going to negate it all. So that's very common, and maybe that's why Germans don't really interrupt each other when they're talking, I don't know. Because we always have to wait, because the negation might come at the very end.
That reminds me about a funny thing I heard before, that you won't know a German speaking to you whether or not he likes you or he wants to kill you because of the nicht.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So the nichts, I can place it everywhere?
No, you can't. it might seem to you that it can be placed everywhere because it just will naturally take a place that is not taken yet. Because nicht just has no priority. Other parts of speech have priority. Adjectives have their fixed place. Verbs have their place. Objects have their place. Adverbs have their place. A time has its place. A place has its place. But nicht doesn't really have a place. So in the end, it's pretty much random. So I can't really give you a rule where to put it.
Because in English, I don't always in that, for sure, in that position.
In English, it's a lot easier if you want to say it like that. Yeah, because you can just negate the verb by putting it directly with the verb. If you want to express a German sentence that is negative, you can do the same, because when you are talking and you really want to get your message over that this statement is negative, then just place it directly with the verb and the people you are talking to will understand. But I'm saying this because you might be surprised sometimes to hear a really long sentence and then at the end you have the nicht. So yeah, just don't be surprised about that. But when you are trying to formulate a sentence, don't worry too much about it. As long as you use nicht, you'll be fine. Unless, of course, we have a noun, then you should use kein, keine. I will give you some examples for the use of kein. For example, if you want to say, I have no idea. Again, this translates into English better no rather than not. Ich habe keine Ahnung. You can't say ich habe nicht Ahnung or ich habe Ahnung nicht. That really doesn't make sense in German. So, because we really say I have no idea, we negate the article ein. Ich habe eine Ahnung, I have an idea. Ich habe keine Ahnung, I have no idea.
So I can't say ich habe Ahnung keine.
No, because articles always precede the nouns. Always. Just like adjectives. So if you want to add an adjective into that, keine genaue Ahnung, I have no specific idea, for example, then the adjective goes right in the middle. Or another example, kein Mensch geht dahin. No one goes there. So, kein Mensch, no human goes there, geht dahin. Kein Mensch geht dahin. Again, we have kein, we can't use nicht. Or, ich habe kein Interesse. I'm not interested. In this case, the English translation is not, because in English we negate the verb to be, but in German we have this noun, Interesse, because to be interested translates into Interesse haben, so it's got nothing to do with the verb to be. So we use kein. Ich habe kein Interesse. I am not interested. Okay, so then we have some further fixed expressions like not anymore, not yet. In these cases it's also important in what way to use nicht or kein. For example, we have nicht mehr. Ich will nicht mehr. I don't want anymore. Ich will nicht mehr arbeiten. I don't want to work anymore. So nicht mehr is always not anymore. You can't separate those two. Nicht mehr, that's an expression and it has to be like that. Or noch nicht. Ich bin noch nicht da. I'm not there yet. So not yet would be translated into noch nicht. And then if we want to negate a noun again, we also have kein mehr. Ich habe keinen Hunger mehr. I am not hungry anymore. Keinen Hunger mehr. So kein, the article goes in front of the noun and mehr goes after the noun. So also these expressions are very useful and you should learn them. So nicht mehr, kein mehr and noch nicht. Okay, I hope that has been quite clear and yeah, you will have fun learning these and you will just hear them everywhere in sentences, and if you just pay attention, if you listen carefully to how people speak, it will just come naturally after a while and you'll just adopt it and get a feeling for when really to use nicht and when to use kein. But as I said, general rule, negating a verb, nicht, negating a noun, kein. Okay, thank you very much for listening, and I will see you in the next lesson. Auf Wiedersehen! Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 11. This lesson is all about adjectives and adverbs. And again, as with many other grammatical things, here we have some differences compared to the use of adjectives and adverbs in English. So, the basic thing I want you to know is that adverbs and adjectives have the same form generally. So, if you look it up in the dictionary, let's take the word fast or quick. You would find schnell. Schnell. That's the basic form of the adjective. So, if we then want to form the adverb in English, you would actually have to modify it, and quick becomes quickly. This does not happen in German, so that already is some good news. Okay, but what does happen in German is that the adjective, when it is a proper adjective, which means it accompanies a noun, it describes a noun, in this case the adjective changes in accordance to the noun, in accordance to the gender and also to the case. Example: das Haus, the house. Let's add an adjective. Big, the big house. Das große Haus. So you see, you don't have the basic form that you have found in the dictionary, which would be groß without the E. In this case, there's a noun that follows. So das große Haus. Okay, this happens because we have the definite article before. If we now take the indefinite article, a big house, ein großes Haus. So again, the adjective changes a bit. It always has to adapt to gender and plural, singular, or even to the form of article that is used before. With the definite article der, die, das, it is a bit easier because you always just add an I. So, der Große, die Große, das Große. With the indefinite article, this is a bit different because we have ein großer, eine große, ein großes. So there's a bit of stuff to just learn by heart. Okay. Another example. Let's take the adjective nice or lovely. Today is a lovely day. Heute ist ein schöner Tag. Heute ist ein schöner Tag. Der Tag, masculine, that's why we have schöner. So whenever there is a masculine, you add the ER. If we change this sentence into the day is lovely. The day is lovely. Der Tag ist schön. Der Tag ist schön. And we are back to the basic form that you find in the dictionary. Why is that? In this case, the adjective strictly performs more like an adverb because it doesn't describe the day directly, grammatically, but it describes the verb to be. So, that makes it also a bit easier when you have any sentence with a sentence to be, sein. Es ist schön, it is nice. Es ist schön. Sie ist groß, she is tall. You would never have to modify the adjective in any way. Okay, so that's all to say about adjectives. Again, it's something to learn by heart and something that comes naturally after a while. You can actually look up a whole sheet, a whole table of adjective forms because they are very changeable, but don't worry about that. If you see the basic form in a dictionary, just go with that. And yeah, if you use it as an adverb, you don't even have to consider any changes at all. Okay, so thank you for listening and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss! Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 12. Today we are talking about how to be formal in German. In English you have no such distinction. To whoever you are talking to, you can just say you. In German, as in many other languages, you can't. So, if you meet someone for the first time, for example, you wouldn't say wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? We've heard that before. What's your name? Wie heißt du? You would say wie heißen Sie? Wie heißen Sie? So, you can see the word sie is showing up again. You have learned sie as the word for she or they. In combination with the verb, you see that we are actually using the they form from the verb. So, wie heißen Sie? The difference between the they and the formal you is that the S in Sie is a capital letter when you are using the formal version of du. And that is always the case, no matter if it's a question or a statement, no matter if it's the first word in the phrase or the last, it is always a capital S. Another example, you speak German well, or your German is good. Sie sprechen gut Deutsch. Sie sprechen gut Deutsch, when you're saying that to a stranger or someone you're not really close to. To a friend, you could say, of course, du sprichst gut Deutsch, normal form. Okay, so that is a distinction you always will have to make when meeting someone for the first time. This goes not for children, so with children you can only say du all the time, but if you're walking around in Germany and want to ask someone a question, a stranger you've never met, you will always use sie and then the third person plural of the verb.
So, to friends, it's always say du. To them.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
And to strangers and maybe also some elder people,
Yes.
I should use also sie form.
Sie is also a way of showing respect. So, especially with elderly people, you would never use du. And culturally, it's also a thing to know that normally you might wonder at one point, okay, we've been talking for a couple of times. Is it time to switch from sie to du? You would wait for the older person among you to offer the du. So at the beginning, you don't know them very well. You are formal, you use sie. But maybe after a few weeks, they will suggest, oh, why don't you just say du? Then you have reached another stage of your interaction.
What about in company, the ranking, maybe the people who are in higher rank than you, so you also use sie better?
Yes, normally, of course. You wouldn't necessarily say to your boss du, unless they offer it, which might also happen. Nowadays it's getting more and more common, especially among young people, to use du. But yeah, it's still a form of showing respect to say sie, and you should definitely do that with a stranger.
So it's always in the beginning, unless they offer to...
Yes, you just wait for them to offer the du form, and yeah, you will always be on the safe side with sie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good. Now, another thing to cover in this lesson is the imperative form. So, if you're not familiar with this term, imperative is the form of a word, of a verb, when you want someone to do or not to do something. Like you order someone to do or not to do. For example, if I say go, that's an order. I want you to go, I say go. That's the imperative form. In German, we have this as well. And here we also make a distinction between being formal and informal. Let's stick with this verb, go. In German is geh. Geh. No do, no nothing. You're just giving this order. So you just take the stem of the verb, the first part, geh, and that is your perfect imperative. Of course, it's a bit rude, but when you want someone to go, you probably have a good reason to be a bit rude. So, if you need to say that in a formal way, which might also happen, of course it's not nice to ask someone to leave, usually, but if you have to and you're not friends with them, you wouldn't say geh, you would say gehen Sie. Gehen Sie. In this case, we have the personal pronoun, but we put it after the verb. Gehen Sie. Capital S as well, if you need to have it in the written form. That would be the formal imperative.
So only in the formal form I need to also give the pronoun, the personal pronoun.
Yes, because otherwise it would just sound like the infinitive form, gehen, because that's the form we use with sie in the plural. So it wouldn't be a complete form.
For informal form, I just say...
You just use the stem, which you don't use in any other context, so it's clear, and you don't use du. In this case, the same as in English, you say go. You don't say you go.
That's when I'm saying that to a friend, to say go.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so this was the rather rude imperative. If you are using the imperative in form of a suggestion, so like amongst friends you say, let's go, which would include yourself. We also have this form, and in this case we say, lass uns gehen. Lass uns gehen. So we have the verb lassen, which is let. So it's literally the same as in English. The only difference is that we do make a slight distinction if we are talking to just one person or to a group of people, to a group of friends. If I'm just talking to one friend, I would say lass uns gehen, singular, which is then also the imperative form because lassen is the whole verb and lass stem, so that's the imperative singular. And for plural, let's go, lasst uns. So that is just the normal ihr, you, plural form, ihr lasst. So lasst uns gehen, let's go. That's a small distinction. Actually, when you're speaking, people might not even hear if you have added the T or not, so it really won't be an issue.
But that doesn't happen in English. We don't have that.
In English, we only have let's, whoever you're talking to. And in this case, also, if you need to be formal, you're talking to a stranger, and you want to suggest that you both go, you would say, lassen Sie uns gehen. Again, Sie, capital S, and that would be the quite polite and formal imperative form.
Because again, I have to add a Sie there.
Yes, exactly.
But in the informal form, there's no need to use
exactly.
do.
Yeah.
I don't have to put do.
Because it's still the normal rules of the imperative form. Okay, good. That's it for the being formal and imperative part. And yeah, I will see you in the next lesson and thank you for listening. Tschüss. Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 13. Now we are going to talk about modal verbs. Modal verbs would be verbs like to want, to must, to should, to might, and so on. Of course, in German we have them in a slightly different way. So, I have chosen 6 modal verbs. If you go online, you might see a few more, but I have chosen these 6 because they are very important and I can give you many, many different examples for them. What they all have in common is that when you add another verb to the sentence, you don't have a special infinitive indicator, like in English that would be to. For example, in English, after the verb can, if you say I can speak, you would not say I can to speak. You just add the bare infinitive to the modal verb. The same is in German. So, we have 6 verbs. Wollen, to want. wollen, to want. Möchten is also want, but a bit more polite, so it is rather like I would like. Möchten, I would like. Then we have können, can, können, can. Dürfen, which is the type of can that means that something is allowed rather than the ability. So dürfen, to be allowed. Müssen, must or have to, müssen. And sollen, which is a form of have to that is more like a suggestion. So let's say should, sollen, should. Okay, so we have these 6 verbs. Some of them are irregular, some of them are regular in their conjugation. We will get through that very quickly. Wollen, ich will, du willst, sie, es will, wir wollen, ihr wollt, sie wollen. Möchten, ich möchte, du möchtest, sie, es möchte, wir möchten, ihr möchtet, sie möchten. Können, ich kann, du kannst, sie, es kann, wir können, ihr könnt, sie können. Dürfen, ich darf, du darfst, sie, es darf, wir dürfen, ihr dürft, sie dürfen. Müssen, ich muss, du musst, sie, es muss, wir müssen, ihr müsst, sie müssen. And sollen, ich soll, du sollst, sie, es soll, wir sollen, ihr sollt, sie sollen. Okay, so you have some conjugations to learn, to memorize. And now we will dive into a lot of examples that will come in handy. Okay, let's get back to the verb wollen, to want. Ich will ein neues Fahrrad. Ich will ein neues Fahrrad. I want a new bike. I want a new bike. In this case, we don't have to say haben. I want to have a new bike. It's not necessary with wollen. Willst du noch was? Willst du noch was? Do you want some more? Willst du noch was? Sie will nach Hause. Sie will nach Hause. She wants to go home. She wants to go home. In this case, you will notice we actually don't use the verb gehen because the context is clear. Sie will nach Hause. We just know that it involves the going home. So we don't have to say that. And in fact, it would sound a bit more unnatural if you actually added it and said, sie will nach Hause gehen. It's just not necessary. So people often have a modal verb and then directly a place or a time, and from the context, everything is clear. Okay, next verb, möchten. So the more polite version of wanting. Das möchten wir nicht. Das möchten wir nicht. We don't like that. We don't want that. We would rather not that. Möchten Sie etwas trinken? Möchten Sie etwas trinken? Do you want to drink something? Would you like to drink something? So it's a rather polite way of formulating your question or your statement. Next verb, to can. Okay, können. Kannst du mir helfen? Kannst du mir helfen? Can you help me? Very similar to English, and it refers to a ability in this case, being able to do something. Ich kann Italienisch. Ich kann Italienisch. I can speak Italian. Also in this case, we don't need to say the verb to speak, we just say I can Italian, and from the context it is clear, because what else would you do with a language than speak it? So
what about other things besides the language? Also just use ich kann.
It really depends. Because, for example, if you want to say I can play football, you wouldn't say ich kann Fußball, because then what exactly? Can you play or can you watch? Because there we have more possibilities from the point of view of the context. But with a language, there's no need. So that's always the best example. With a language, you only use the modal verb can and then the language.
So it really depends on the thing that
it depends, yes.
What about cooking?
Cooking.
I can cook.
Ich kann kochen. I can cook. Yes, in this case, we have a verb anyway.
Ah, yes.
So, yeah. But sometimes you simply don't need to add another verb to explain the action, because the modal verb plus the action is all you need. Okay. Another very useful phrase, das kann sein. Das kann sein, with the verb can, which means may be, that may be, could be, might be. So you hear that all the time. Kann sein or das kann sein.
Sein, it means be.
Exactly. Sein is the infinitive form of the verb to be, as we have discussed in that lesson.
So it's very similar to the English be, the usage.
The usage, yes, exactly. Generally, German phrasing and English phrasing are not too different. In some cases, absolutely different, but generally, because English also developed sort of out of German amongst many other languages. So, yeah.
Because I remember a phrase that say, das kann nicht wahr sein.
Yes, which would be rather the opposite. Das kann nicht wahr sein. Or also you hear people saying, das kann nicht sein. That can't be true. It's very common, yes, very common phrasing. Okay. The next verb, dürfen. I said dürfen is can in the sense of it is allowed. So, we have, for example, in Deutschland darf man das nicht. In Deutschland darf man das nicht. In Germany, that is not allowed. So here we have the negative form of dürfen and it can only mean not allowed. Darf ich mal sehen? Darf ich mal sehen? May I have a look? May I see? Can I see? Can I have a look? We have different modes of translating it, but you are requesting a permission, so something, dürfen, to be allowed is the best translation. Then, next verb, müssen. To must, to have to. Okay. For example, ich muss los. This is a very, very common phrase. Ich muss los, which means I have to go. In this case as well, we have no other verb. We just have ich muss, modal verb, conjugated, and los. Los is not a verb. Los, it's hard to categorize this word, but you will hear it a lot. For example, also, los geht's, let's start. So, los is always for something starting or going with some movement. So, you will hear this phrase a lot. Ich muss los. Okay. Another phrase for a negative way of müssen. Because in English we have must means must. But if we have the negative, must not, it is actually when something is forbidden in English. In German, that is not the case. If we negate the verb müssen, it means another thing. For example, du musst das nicht machen. Du musst das nicht machen. Word by word, that would be, you must not do that when we think of müssen as must, but that's not what it means. It actually means you don't have to do that. There is no need that you do that. So it's rather the not have to form than the must form. That is very important. Okay, and so our last modal verb is sollen, which is, let's say, should or shall. Ihr sollt nicht so laut sein. Ihr sollt nicht so laut sein. You should not be so noisy. You should not be so noisy. Or in a positive statement, genau so soll es sein. Genau so soll es sein. Exactly like this, it should be, it shall be. So sollen is more a suggestion and not so much an obligation.
About the must, you said before,
Yes.
must not. What if I really like to say, you must not do it? So how do I
Yes.
say that in German?
Okay, if you must not do something, it means you don't have permission to do something. So we go back to the verb that talks about permission, which is dürfen. So if we really want to say you must not, then we say du darfst nicht. So we use the verb dürfen and not müssen.
So I can't just use müssen for that.
If you say
situation.
du musst nicht, that simply means there is no need for you to do it. But if you really want to say you must not, you say du darfst nicht.
Okay.
Okay, good. So you had a ton of examples and you can learn these phrases by heart. That would be best. And use them and you will hear them a lot, that is certain, and you can also modify them and yeah. So now you have many new verbs and they are very, very useful. Thank you for listening and I look forward to seeing you in the next lesson again. Tschüss! Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 14. In this lesson, we are going to talk about how to ask for help or information in German. Okay, the first useful word to know when you are walking on the streets of Germany and you want to stop someone to ask something. You would say Entschuldigung, Entschuldigung, or even more polite, Entschuldigen Sie bitte, Entschuldigen Sie bitte. So that would simply be sorry. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Sorry, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, then you might want to say, können Sie mir helfen? Können Sie mir helfen? Can you help me? Or even more polite, können Sie mir vielleicht helfen? Können Sie mir vielleicht helfen? Can you maybe help me? Because not only the British are trying to be polite, we also in Germany add this and that to make the sentence more polite. Then you might be looking for a place. You can say ich suche, and then you name the place that you're looking for. Ich suche, I am looking for, ich suche. Or you really need to say that you need to go somewhere. You could simply say ich muss zu. Ich muss zu. Muss, we had it in the last lesson as a modal verb, so you don't even need to add another verb. You don't need to say I need to go. You simply say I need to station, for example. So let's take this example, station. Ich muss zum Bahnhof. Ich muss zum Bahnhof. Okay, now you might simply ask, where is? Wo ist? Wo ist der Bahnhof? Where is the station? Or more polite, do you know where the station is? Wissen Sie, wo der Bahnhof ist? Okay. Then, some possible answers. It's not enough to know how to ask something. You might want to understand what they are answering. So, you might be lucky and they say, yes, of course. Ja, natürlich. Ja, gerne. My pleasure to help. Yes. Or they might not know it and they will say, nein, tut mir leid. Nein, tut mir leid. No, I'm sorry. So here we have a different sorry than we had before. So if you are stopping someone or you want something from someone, you say Entschuldigung. But if you are sort of apologizing, you would say tut mir leid. Also es tut mir leid, but that's a bit too much, especially in this context. So just tut mir leid, nein, tut mir leid. This you might hear a lot.
Or they also say sorry, just say sorry.
Oh, yes.
Common in Germany.
Especially younger people nowadays often really use the English word sorry. But I wouldn't use it if I was going to ask for an information because it can seem a bit not so much polite because After all, it isn't a German word, and for a German person, it's nicer to hear Entschuldigung than sorry. Although everyone knows what it means, of course.
Yeah, maybe to friends it's okay, but to stranger or to
yes, you can.
Form.
Yeah, friends say that to each other, but not everyone likes it. For example, me personally, I don't like it when people say sorry in Germany to me. I prefer the old-fashioned Entschuldigung. Okay. Then they might explain why they can't help you. It's very common. They excuse themselves because they are not local, and they might say, Ich bin selbst nicht von hier. Ich bin selbst nicht von hier. I am myself not from here, literally. Or they actually apologize a bit further and say, Da kann ich leider nicht helfen. Da kann ich leider nicht helfen. Literally translated as, there, unfortunately, I can't help you. Very polite. Okay. Or they actually explain you then the right way. So it's also important to learn all the direction terminology. Easiest might be, of course, when they use gestures and say, you ask, where's the station? Wo ist der Bahnhof? And it's actually right over there, and they might say, gleich da drüben. Gleich da drüben. Right over there. Or, of course, it's a bit further away, and they might get into a detailed description of your way, and you will hear words like rechts, right, links, left, straight on would be geradeaus. So these are also very important to learn. Okay, right. That's it about asking for help and information. I hope you find these phrases and words useful, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you very much. Tschüss. Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 15. In this lesson, we are going to talk about eating and drinking. So, we will have many useful vocabulary and phrases. Okay, let's get right into it. If you go to a restaurant or another place where you want to order food, the first thing you need to know how to say is, I would like. So, how can you say that? You can say, ich möchte, or ich möchte gern. You already know the verb möchten. Or you say, ich hätte gern. Ich hätte gern. I would like, and then you say whatever you would like to have. Okay, talking about nowadays, often you have people who don't eat this, who don't eat that. So you might be a person who eats everything, so you can say, ich esse alles. Because you might actually get asked if there is anything you can't have. So you can say, ich esse alles. I eat everything. Or you do have some food allergies. This might be useful if you can say, ich bin allergisch gegen. Ich bin allergisch gegen. I am allergic to. Or you are vegetarian. You will have to say, ich bin vegetarisch, or ich bin Vegetarier. Or, let's go even further, you're a vegan. Ich bin vegan. Ich bin Veganer. Okay, you might have specific foods you don't eat, but don't belong to any of these categories. You can say, ich esse kein, and then you mention the food that you're not eating. You remember kein versus nicht from that specific lesson. So now when you're not eating something that is a noun, you say kein or keine if you know the correct gender of the noun. Or you might eat solely one specific food. You might eat, ich esse nur. Ich esse nur. I eat only. Okay, so now let's get through some vocabulary. We have many different drinks first, beverages. So, standard one, water. Wasser. Das Wasser. When you order water in Germany, beware, it is usually sparkling. So, you can make the distinction between stilles Wasser, which would be normal natural water, and Wasser mit Kohlensäure. Wasser mit Kohlensäure, sparkling water, water with gas. So, if you don't say anything, if you want water without gas, then you will have to say stilles Wasser, because otherwise you will automatically get water with gas. Okay, so tea, also very, very common in Germany. Many people drink tea and we have so many different teas. The most common ones, of course, black tea, schwarzer Tee, green tea, grüner Tee, white tea, weißer Tee. Or we have some fruity teas, that would be Früchte-Tee, or herbal teas, Kräutertee. And it might come in handy to know these, because if you order a tea in Germany, it is not like in the UK or wherever that you automatically get black tea. They actually expect you to make a distinction, because in Germany we do have this huge variety and everyone likes another type of tea, so you might want to specify that. So, coffee. Coffee in German, Kaffee. And you drink Kaffee in a café, in a coffee shop, café. So in this case, the accent is important. Where do you stress the word? That changes the meaning. Ich trinke Kaffee im Café. Also notice the different spelling. Okay, if you order coffee in Germany, it is usually a larger mug, like an Americano, you could say. It's not when you go to Italy and order coffee, you will only get a little shot. So beware of that as well. If you want that Italian coffee, this would be an espresso. Exactly like you use also in English. Okay, then in the morning, many people drink milk. Milk in German, very similar, Milch. As in English, it refers mainly to cow's milk automatically without specification. If you want to drink some plant milk, there's a huge variety as well. So the most common one, Sojamilch, soy milk. This is worth knowing. Okay, or you might want to drink a juice. Juice in German is Saft. Saft. Orange juice, apple juice, whatever juice you want to have. As in English, you put the fruit or vegetable in front of the word Saft. For example, Orangensaft, orange juice, Apfelsaft, apple juice, and so on. Okay. Some alcoholic beverages, of course, in Germany. What do we all drink? Beer. And the German word is the same, only the spelling is a bit different. So, beer. Or we also like to drink some wine, which is also very similar in German, which is Wein. Okay, we have red wine, Rotwein, white wine, Weißwein, all very similar. Okay. So let's talk about some foods. I will list mainly the things that normal people eat in their daily lives. So let's start off with Brot. Brot is bread. Das Brot. In Germany, very, very common, people eat Brötchen, which is the smaller form grammatically of Brot, and it is those little round things in many different colors and white with some grain, whole grain, multigrain, whatever. It's generally what people eat is Brötchen. So you can put on your Brötchen everything you want. Generally people put cheese or some meat or also marmalade, honey. So cheese, Käse, then we have Wurst, which is some meat, Marmelade, marmalade or jam. We don't really make that distinction. We usually say Marmelade, even if we want to say jam. Or honey, Honig. Okay, then further on with the carbohydrates, we eat many Nudeln. Nudeln. Nudeln are pasta. Every type of pasta we say Nudeln. And since we all really like Italian food, we also eat pizza. Also here, very similar to the English pronunciation, just a bit more Germanified, so pizza. We also eat a lot of Reis. In English, rice. German, Reis. Very similar, only the pronunciation varies and is more German. Or, of course, cliche, we all eat potatoes. Kartoffeln. Die Kartoffel, die Kartoffeln in the plural form. Okay, if you're not a vegetarian or vegan, you might eat your meat. So, meat in German, Fleisch. Fleisch. Or fish, which is in German also fish. Generally, animal products, Tierprodukte. Tierprodukte. Okay, for the more healthy persons amongst you, vegetables. Vegetables in German, Gemüse. Das Gemüse. So, I'm not going to be botanically correct now. I will list you some things people consider generally a Gemüse, like Möhre, die Möhre, carrots, tomato, Tomate, Tomate, die Tomate, or onion, Zwiebel, die Zwiebel, spinach, der Spinat, or kale, der Kohl, der Kohl. Of course, there are many, many more, and you can look them up in the dictionary and learn them, whichever interests you most, whichever are most relevant to you. Okay, then we have fruit, of course. So the most commonly eaten fruits would be Apfel, apple, Banane, banana, Birne, pear, Orange, orange, this sounds actually a bit French, orange, or Erdbeere, strawberry, Melone, melon, and many more. The word fruit itself can either be Obst, Obst, das Obst, or we also say Frucht, die Frucht, but that refers more to one specific, to one piece of fruit, die Frucht. Okay, another food group we have legumes or pulses. Very commonly eaten beans, peas, lentils, and so on. So let's just get you to know these three. Beans, Bohnen, die Bohnen, peas, die Erbsen, and lentils, die Linsen. Okay, another food to mention might be mushrooms, in German, Pilze, die Pilze. So, we've covered the main food groups, and for whatever else you want to know, just look it up in the dictionary, and yeah, that's vocabulary. So these are quite useful, so learn them if you like, if you think you need them. And okay, that's it.
What about I finished a meal in restaurant and I would like to get the bill? How would I say in German?
Oh, back to the restaurant. Okay, so just the word bill, that would be Rechnung. And of course, since we're polite, we say bitte, die Rechnung bitte, the bill please. That's all you say. Yeah, or you can also say, I would like to pay. Ich möchte zahlen, bitte, please.
Is it common that people give tips to waiter, waitress in Germany? Restaurant?
Yes, people do that all the time, of course, but I think in other countries it's more dramatic if you don't do it. So no one in Germany actually hates you if you don't give a tip. So,
for example, in Hong Kong, we don't give tips actually.
Yeah, I know it depends on the culture you're in. So in some countries, you are really expected to do it, and they even write it on the receipt, and they already calculate it, and yeah. But you don't have to in Germany. Of course, the waiter will be very happy if you do, but yeah, it's not a must. Okay, so that's it for eating and drinking, and I hope you enjoyed the lesson, and I see you next time. Tschüss!
Hallo und willkommen zu Lektion 16. Today we are talking about the accusative, which is one of the 4 cases we have in the German language. I already mentioned declension a few times, and this is probably the easiest one and the most useful one in the beginning. So let's start with accusative pronouns. These we actually have in English as well. What are they? Accusative pronouns are
Me, you, him, her, it, us, you, them. So they describe someone as the object of the sentence, not the subject. The subject is the one who does an action, and the object is the one concerned by the action taken. So, in German, these pronouns are mich, dich, ihn, sie, es, uns, euch, sie. Okay, so these correspond to the ones I just said in English. Me, you, him, her, and so on. Okay, I will give you some practical examples within sentences so you can see how this pronoun works as the object. An example for mich. Kannst du mich hören? Kannst du mich hören? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So, subject of the sentence is you. Kannst du, because du is the one who acts in this sentence. And mich, can you hear me? I am the object. So, kannst du mich hören? Can you hear me? An example for dich, very, very practical. Ich liebe dich. I love you. So, I am the subject, you are the object. I love you. Ich liebe dich. Ihn, sie, es. Ich hasse ihn. I hate him. Ich hasse ihn. Ich frage sie. I ask her. Ich frage sie. Ich sehe es. I see it. Ich sehe es. Okay, uns. Du kannst uns anrufen. Du kannst uns anrufen. You can call us. You can call us. Euch. Ich grüße euch. Ich grüße euch. You will hear that quite often. It means hello to you as a group, or I greet you, I'm greeting you. And the last one, sie. Ich lasse sie in Ruhe. I leave them alone. So again, we have sie as in the third person singular, the same as she. It's always the same word. Also for the formal way, we have the capital Z again. Okay, so these are the pronouns. These are quite easy to understand because we also have them in English. But accusative concerns also all the other articles and adjectives. So, for example, you already know the articles der, die, das. Der, die, das. In English, just the. These are in the nominative, the first case. If we put them into the accusative, it is den, die, das. Den, die, das. So in this case, actually only der changes to den. Der becomes den, die stays die, das stays das.
Why do we have to change that form? The word is changed.
Yes. Well, why? Because it's part of our grammar and that's simply the way it is.
Because in English, I don't think there is any change in the...
No, English is a bit easier in that respect. It just stays always the. But in German, we make this distinction between subject and object grammatically in the phrase. So it's just something to learn by heart.
So it would be wrong if I don't change the...
Yes, it would be wrong and could contort the whole sentence because we do rely on that grammatically. I mean, you can still get the meaning correct by not using it, but it might as well not work and someone might not understand you, so it is worth learning it.
Oh, so the der, die, das will change?
Yes.
Depending on the...
It depends on the case, and this is the fourth case, the accusative, and yeah. So, den, die, das. The same for the other article, the article which is ein. Ein, eine, ein. We already have that covered. Which becomes einen, eine, ein. Einen, eine, ein. So again, only the masculine form changes and gets an N at the end. That's also something to just learn by heart. Okay, the same way happens then to adjectives. The same pattern, the same endings. For example, the adjective klein, klein, small, little, tiny, klein. Der, die, das, kleine in the nominative. And in the accusative, it becomes den Kleinen, die Kleine, das Kleine. Okay. Some examples in whole phrases with our adjectives. A masculine phrase, ich brauche einen neuen Computer. Ich brauche einen neuen Computer. Okay, this means I need a new computer. What we have changing here is the article ein becomes einen because ich brauche, I am the subject of the sentence, and the object is a new computer, so we have to change this object grammatically, and it becomes einen instead of ein because it is the object, simply for that reason. Same to the adjective, neuen, the same ending, neuen, einen, neuen, because it's accusative, and computer, the noun, doesn't change. But articles and adjectives that go with the nouns always change. So, a feminine example, very common phrase you might hear on the telephone. Hinterlassen Sie eine Nachricht. Please leave a message. Hinterlassen Sie eine Nachricht. Okay, so, hinterlassen Sie, Sie hinterlassen, subject. So, you are asked to do something, you as a subject of the phrase. And what are you supposed to leave? A message, so it's the object of the sentence. So, eine Nachricht is accusative. Luckily, it's the same form as in the nominative, because, as I said before, only the masculine changes for the accusative. So, a neuter example. Sie kaufen ein großes Haus. Sie kaufen ein großes Haus. They buy a big house. So, they buy, subject of the phrase again. And what do they buy? Object, a big house. And here the article doesn't change. It stays ein. It is always ein Haus, a house. But the adjective does change because it would be normally großes, das große, and ein großes. So you have to always adapt the adjective as well. Okay, another thing to mention for the accusative, there are some prepositions that always require the accusative. The most vital ones would be für, which means for, and ohne, without. So every time you hear for or without, the noun that follows has to be in the accusative form. For example, if I want to say for you, it is für dich and not für du or something. Same with ohne dich, without you. So we have to use the accusative. No way around that. Okay, this is it. So you got an idea about our first case, the most useful, and for the changes of the articles and adjectives, it's simply something to learn by heart to get it right. Okay, thank you very much, and I see you in the next lesson.
This is a story-based fill-in-the-gap exercise to go with your learning process. Underneath every journal entry, you will find a list of 20 words that have fallen out of the text. Try to match them into the correct gap. The English translation will help you do this. Entry number 1. Solutions and Explanations. Das ist mein erster Tagebucheintrag. Nach einer sehr langen Reise von der Erde bin ich endlich auf Germanix. Ich bin jetzt in meinem Zimmer, von wo ich die Deutschstunden verfolge. Das Zimmer ist fantastisch. Ich kann die Erde von meinem Fenster aus sehen. Sie sieht so winzig aus von hier. Ich habe einen Klassenkameraden. Sein Name ist Bosco und er will auch Deutsch lernen. Unsere Lehrerin heißt Sonja und wir sehen sie über einen Bildschirm im Zimmer. Das ist sehr praktisch. Morgen möchte ich ein bisschen über die Station laufen. Ich weiß, dass sie riesig ist und es mehr als 500.000 Einwohner gibt, plus ein paar tausende Studenten. Und natürlich spricht jeder hier Deutsch. Ich muss immer noch herausfinden, wo alles ist, und ich möchte gern ein paar mehr Leute kennenlernen. Aber jetzt ist es Zeit zu schlafen. Ich bin so müde und es ist schon spät. Das ist mein erster Tagebucheintrag. In this first gap we put the word erster. This is from the ordinal number, erste, der, die, das erste. And as with all these ordinal numbers and with all adjectives in general, you know you have to adapt it to the noun that follows. So in this case we have the compound noun Tagebuch, Eintrag. Das Tagebuch, the diary, neuter, but der Eintrag, the entry, which is masculine. In all our compound nouns, no matter how long they are or of how many single nouns they are made of, what gives the entire article to the compound is the very last word. So in this case, Eintrag, der Eintrag, makes the entire compound der Tagebucheintrag. So, das ist mein erster. So we have masculine in the erster. If it were with the article der, it would be der erste Tagebucheintrag. But like with the articles ein, eine, ein, also with the possessive articles mein, dein, sein, and so on, a different adjective declination follows. So that is why we have here mein erster. So remember, der erste, mein erster, ein erster, dein erster. So it's just a different declination to follow. Nach einer sehr langen Reise von der Erde bin ich endlich auf Germanix. Von der Erde. So von meaning from, when we are coming from somewhere. And note in this case, von der Erde, we don't just say von Erde, because with the planets we tend to use the articles. So in nominative it is die Erde, Earth, our planet. But von always requires the dative case, so that is why we have von der Erde. Ich bin jetzt in meinem Zimmer, von wo ich die Deutschstunden verfolge. In this gap we put the word Zimmer, das Zimmer, which means room. We have a neuter word here, and in meinem, so the question is where, so we have the dative. Where am I? In my room, in meinem Zimmer. Notice the dative at the adjective, the possessive adjective. Then the second part of the sentence, von wo ich die Deutschstunden verfolge. Here we have a nice subordinate clause to specify what we are doing in the room. Wo meaning where, but in this case we have it combined with von, from where, literally in English. Das Zimmer ist fantastisch. Ich kann die Erde von meinem Fenster aus sehen. Sie sieht so winzig aus von hier. Das Zimmer ist fantastisch. You see very, very similar adjective to the English fantastic and works in exactly the same way. Ich kann die Erde von meinem Fenster aus sehen. So, I can see. You see here, our verb as always goes to the very end of the sentence when it is within a sentence where we already have another conjugated verb. So, ich kann is our conjugated modal verb, which means the other verb of the sentence, which is sehen, has to go to the end. Modal verb first, second verb to the end, and everything else in between. So you can see aus and sehen. This is not from the verb aussehen, which we have in the sentence right after. So this little aus belongs to von meinem Fenster aus, from my window, von aus. It wouldn't work without the aus, because this aus just gives more more explanation as to where we are seeing something from. It's a bit complex to understand, I know, but note that this is not the same kind of aus in combination with sehen as in the very next sentence, where we have sie sieht so winzig aus von hier. In this case, our verb is not sehen, but aussehen, which means to look, to have an appearance. So, this is a separable verb, which means we take the main verb in there, which is sehen. This part is conjugated, sie sieht, then some other words, whichever are in the sentence, follow. And generally the aus, which is the prefix of the entire verb, goes to the end of the sentence. It just happens to be that in this case we have von hier, which sounds better at the very end. But generally the prefix has to go to the end when we have a separable verb. So, separable verb, the main verb is conjugated at the beginning and goes with the subject, in this case sie, the earth, sie, and the prefix goes right to the end.
Ich habe einen Klassenkameraden. Sein Name ist Bosco und er will auch Deutsch lernen.
So in this sentence we have quite an old-fashioned word actually, but it is still very much used. So it is Klassenkamerad, which is just a classmate. And your classmate is male, his name is Bosco, so for the gap, his needs to be put in, so his name, sein Name, and he wants to, he would like to, will. Straightforward third person singular from the verb wollen. Unsere Lehrerin heißt Sonja und wir sehen sie über einen Bildschirm im Zimmer. Wir sehen, we see her, we can see her through a screen in the room. Das ist sehr praktisch, practical, another word that is very similar to the English. Morgen möchte ich ein bisschen über die Station laufen. Ein bisschen, a little, or for a while, in this case, temporary. Morgen möchte ich, you note here, classic case of inversion, because morgen is the first word of the sentence, so we have to put the verb next and then the subject. Station, very general, that's how we can call our Germanic space station. Ich weiß, dass sie riesig ist und es mehr als 500.000 Einwohner gibt, plus ein paar tausende Studenten. Ich weiß, I know, first person singular from the verb wissen, to know. Dass sie riesig ist, that's our secondary phrase. Das with a double S, very important. I know that. This also always follows a comma. It's a huge grammar mistake if you do not put the comma there. Und es mehr als 500.000, straightforward number, 500,000 Einwohner, inhabitants, gibt. Again, you see the verb of the das sentence goes to the very end. Dass es gibt. Geben, to give. Es gibt, meaning there are. So, dass es gibt, that there are. And then our little end of the sentence, plus ein paar tausende Studenten, plus a few thousand students. Very straightforward. Und natürlich spricht jeder hier Deutsch. Spricht, third person singular from sprechen, to speak. And of course everyone speaks German here. Jeder, meaning everyone. Again, classic case of inversion, because spricht jeder, first the verb, then the subject. You remember that I said after und it doesn't change, but note here we have something else after the und. So und natürlich, and the natürlich part causes the inversion. Ich muss immer noch herausfinden, wo alles ist. Und ich möchte gern ein paar mehr Leute kennenlernen. Ich muss immer noch herausfinden. Herausfinden, to find out, also very literal from the English. Herausfinden is a separable verb, but in this case it is not conjugated, so it is not separated. Ich muss is our modal verb of the sentence. So our separable verb, or any verb that's with the modal verb in the sentence, again goes to the end, which it does here, to the end of the main clause. Then the subordinate clause beginning with wo, where everything is. Again, you can see, as with all our subordinate clauses, the conjugated verb goes to the end. In this case, it's a very, very small sentence, wo alles ist. But yes, the ist is still at the very end of the sentence. So, but of course our sentence continues here, connected with the und. Ich möchte gern ein paar mehr Leute kennenlernen. Ein paar mehr, a few more, some more. And kennenlernen, to get to know. Ich möchte, again, kind of modal verb, so our other verb goes to the end of the sentence. Aber jetzt ist es Zeit zu schlafen. Ich bin so müde und es ist schon spät. Aber jetzt ist es Zeit. So, literally, like in English, es ist Zeit, it is time to sleep. Ich bin so müde, müde meaning tired. Und es ist schon spät. It is late. It is already quite late.
Welcome to the interactive roleplay tasks. In this video series, you will be guided through realistic scenarios that you will almost inevitably face when traveling through Germany. Using your newly acquired language skills, you will communicate with locals when you order food or drinks, ask for directions, or you'll just chit-chat with friendly native speakers. Now then, immerse yourself into this final rehearsal and enjoy the practice as many times as you wish to do so.
Was darf es sein? Ich hätte gerne... Ich nehme das. Wie viel kostet das? Sonst noch etwas? Zum Mitnehmen oder hier essen? Das ist aber teuer.
Entschuldigen Sie, wie komme ich zum Café 28?
Das ist ganz nah. Gehen Sie einfach geradeaus und gleich die nächste links.
Danke sehr.
Gerne doch.
Hallo, was darf es für Sie sein?
Ich möchte gerne etwas zum Frühstück bestellen.
Wir haben verschiedene Backwaren und belegte Brötchen.
Das Brötchen da ganz vorn bitte.
Dazu Kaffee oder Tee?
Welche Teesorten gibt es hier?
Wir haben schwarzen, grünen und Früchtetee.
Ich nehme einen grünen Tee, bitte.
Darf es sonst noch etwas sein?
Das wäre alles.
Möchten Sie es zum Mitnehmen oder hier essen?
Zum Mitnehmen, bitte.
Das macht dann 10 Euro.
Journal entry number 2. Solutions and explanations. Was für ein Tag. Diese Station ist so unglaublich groß. Ich habe mich mehrere Male verlaufen. Ich wollte in das berühmte Café 28 gehen, aber ich konnte es einfach nicht finden. Letztendlich habe ich einen Einwohner nach dem Weg gefragt. Das war ein wirklich netter Typ. Er hat mir gesagt, dass ich sehr nah am Café 28 bin. Im Café begrüßte mich eine Kellnerin und fragte mich, was ich gern bestellen möchte. Ich hatte ein typisches deutsches Brötchen. Es war frisch aus dem Ofen. Die haben auch verschiedene Teesorten und viele andere Getränke. Die Atmosphäre im Café ist sehr positiv und lebendig. Ich kann verstehen, warum so viele Leute es lieben, dorthin zu gehen. Der einzige Nachteil ist, dass die Preise recht hoch sind. Auf der Erde bezahle ich normalerweise ein bisschen weniger für mein Frühstück. Was für ein Tag! Diese Station ist so unglaublich groß. So here we have unglaublich, meaning incredible. And where in English you would have an adverb, incredibly, in German, as you know, we do not change our adjectives into adverbs like that. So it just stays the same way as you would find it in the dictionary. Ich habe mich mehrere Male verlaufen. Verlaufen is a nice verb actually. It means to get lost, to go somewhere where you didn't want to go. Laufen is to run, to walk, to go, and fair always means that it's not quite like it should be. Not always, but it's that kind of prefix that gives an indication that something is going wrong. Mehrere Male, several times, so it is das Mal, the time, as in one time or 2 times, twice, etc. It's a noun, so capital M, das Mal, die Male, mehrere Male. Ich wollte in das berühmte Café 28 gehen, aber ich konnte es einfach nicht finden. Das berühmte Café. So we have an adjective again and we have to decline it. It is das Café, and with our adjectives in the neuter, we have the berühmte. Der, die, das Berühmte. Where do we want to go? In das Café. We have a direction, so this entire construction is an accusative. In das Berühmte. Accusative, neuter. Aber ich konnte es einfach nicht finden. But I just couldn't find it. Just as in English, we add this sort of einfach, which can mean easy or simple or just. So I just couldn't find it. Ich konnte es einfach nicht finden. Letztendlich habe ich einen Einwohner nach dem Weg gefragt. Letztendlich is a nice word to say eventually or in the end. Habe ich einen Einwohner nach dem Weg gefragt. Nach dem Weg fragen, to ask for directions. In German, we ask for the way. This nach is because fragen always requires the preposition nach. So in the dictionary, if you look up to ask, fragen, you will find fragen nach. Ich frage nach etwas. I am asking for something. And we have a dative following here. So to ask for plus dative. Fragen nach plus dative. Ich frage nach dem Weg. I am asking for the way. Das war ein wirklich netter Typ. Er hat mir gesagt, dass ich sehr nah am Café 28 bin. Das war ein wirklich netter Typ. So we are referring to the guy we have met. Ein netter Typ. We often use this in German, saying Typ in order to say a nice guy. We would not use that with a female. So literally a nice type, but yeah, referring to a male human being, we use it. Ein netter, so, you know, adjective declination, always a bit tricky. It would be der nette, always der, die, das nette, from the net in the dictionary, nice, net. But with our eine article, we have different declination to follow, so ein netter Typ. In this case, we have the word wirklich, like really, right in the middle, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't change the grammatical structure. So ein netter Typ, ein wirklich netter Typ. Er hat mir gesagt, dass ich sehr nah am Café 28 bin. Sehr nah, simply very close to. Nah, an dem, am Café. So, as usual, we have our preposition an and the article dem combined to am. And nah always requires the preposition an. So, nah am Café. Das Café. It's neuter, so am. Im Café begrüßte mich eine Kellnerin und fragte mich, was ich gern bestellen möchte. So, eine Kellnerin, simple, a waitress. I was greeted by a waitress. Und fragte mich, was ich gern bestellen möchte. Bestellen, to order. Ich hatte ein typisches deutsches Brötchen. Es war frisch aus dem Ofen. Typisches deutsches Brötchen. Brötchen, you know those little round bread things that are very, very popular in Germany. And there are so many different types of it. So, typisches deutsches, two adjectives, both one behind the other. Ein typisches, ein deutsches, because it's neuter, das Brötchen. Again, if we had the article das instead of ein, it would be das typische Deutsche. So again, just standard declination rules for adjectives. Es war frisch aus dem Ofen. It came fresh from the oven. So aus dem Ofen. Aus dem Ofen. Here we have a clear dative. Die haben auch verschiedene Teesorten und viele andere Getränke. Verschiedene Teesorten. So, different types of tea. Teesorten. Die Teesorten. This is plural and accusative because they have, who do they have? Types of tea. Accusative. So our adjective again follows this special declination. If we had an article here, die verschiedenen Teesorten, but without article it's just verschiedene Teesorten. Und viele andere Getränke, drinks in general, andere Getränke. And the same again, if we had the specific article die here, die anderen Getränke. So it's always a bit tricky with the adjectives. Die Atmosphäre im Café ist sehr positiv und lebendig. Lebendig meaning lively, straightforward. Ich kann verstehen, warum so viele Leute es lieben, dorthin zu gehen. I can understand, verstehen. This is our main clause, ich kann verstehen, I can understand. Then the subordinate clause follows. Warum so viele Leute es lieben. Why so many people love it. So we have one subordinate clause followed by another subordinate clause, dorthin zu gehen. And the introductory word for this second subordinary clause is dorthin. So, you know, dort means there, like over there, not here. And hin, you know from wohin, where to. So we always have a direction aspect in that. So why so many people love it to go there? In English you will only ever have there, not really to there. But this is exactly what it means. It means to there, to a place. Dorthin zu gehen, to the cafe. So the direction is in this word. And this word serves as a conjunction from one subordinate clause to the other subordinate clause. Der einzige Nachteil ist, dass die Preise recht hoch sind. Der einzige Nachteil, the only disadvantage. Der, die, das einzige. We have our determined article, der, die, das, and the normal adjective regulations. Nachteil, advantage, der Nachteil, masculine noun. Dass die Preise recht hoch sind. Here again we have a subordinate clause introduced by das, that, which in German always double S and always after the comma. That is very, very important. Preise recht hoch. So we are talking in German about high prices. So basically something is expensive, a price is high. Preise recht hoch. Recht always meaning fairly, relatively high. Auf der Erde bezahle ich normalerweise ein bisschen weniger. Ein bisschen weniger. A little less. So, wenig, a little. Weniger, comparative, less. Ein bisschen weniger, a little less. And für mein Frühstück, ending the sentence, for my breakfast. Das Frühstück, breakfast, is a neuter noun. Für always requires the accusative, so we have mein Frühstück. From the grammar perspective you wouldn't see it because it's just as nominative. Mein Frühstück could also be nominative, but in this case, because it's after the für, it is accusative.
Hallo und willkommen zu Lektion 17. Welcome to lesson number 17. In this lesson, we are going to talk about present tense, present continuous, and future tense. Sounds much, but it isn't. The present tense we've already done a couple of lessons ago, the normal present. Okay, so what I'm going to introduce now is the present continuous, which works in a different way in German, but in a very, very easy way. Okay, to do the present continuous, as in I am doing something, we simply add one tiny little word to the sentence, which is the word gerade. Gerade. So you can see there is an E in the word, but it's not actually pronounced, so everyone always says gerade. So, I am eating, ich esse gerade. So we have the normal present tense from the verb, and we add gerade after the verb. Was machst du gerade? What are you doing? Was machst du gerade? Ist gerade bei uns. He is with us right now. Ist gerade bei uns. So it always expresses something that is done in the moment of saying it. Gerade, by the way, also means straight. So you might come across some sentence with to gerade, for example, Sie stehen gerade. They are standing straight right now, that would be. But yeah, so gerade without the meaning is just to use the present continuous. Okay.
So there's no ing form in
No.
Like in English.
No, we don't have a present continuous in the way that the verb is actually changing. There's no such thing. We just use present tense and add gerade. So that's very simple, I would say.
So always I have to add gerade.
Always, yes. Always if you want to express that tense, yes.
The present continuous tense.
Yeah.
Is there any other way to?
Nope, there isn't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's present continuous. Let's go to the future tense, which is also really easy because it works in the same way as English. So in English, we use the auxiliary verb will. I will go, I will do, I will eat. Same in German, we add the verb werden. Werden. Werden on its own also means to become. So this, of course, is conjugated as every verb. So we have ich werde, du wirst, sie es wird, wir werden, ihr werdet, sie werden. So, in order to express the future tense, you take the subject of the sentence, then add the verb werden in the conjugated form, and then add the other verb in the infinite form, just as in English. For example, I will eat, ich werde essen. I will eat, ich werde essen. It's the same formula as in English. Okay, as I said, werden on its own means to become. So we also have phrases like ich werde Lehrer, I will become a teacher, I'm going to become a teacher. Translation can vary always. So this is a future tense, but in the sense of becoming. Ich möchte Arzt werden, ich möchte Arzt werden. I want to become a doctor. Or with another verb, normal future tense. Ich werde das später machen. Ich werde das später machen. I will do that later. So in English, will, in German, werde. Okay. We also sometimes just use the present tense to express some future action, just as in English, especially when it's a near future. Like if I ask you, when do you go to bed, or when will you go to bed, meaning tonight, then I would just use present tense. Wann gehst du ins Bett? Instead of wann wirst du ins Bett gehen. That would sound a bit pretentious maybe. So the werden especially is used for a more distant future. Like in an expression like wann wirst du endlich wiederkommen? Wann wirst du endlich wiederkommen? When will you finally come back? So also the finally, endlich stresses how distant this future is. So that's when we would probably use the werden. Okay, but it works in a very easy way, same as in English, so there's not much to add. Okay, then that's it. Thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson.
Rezeption. Maria Schneider am Apparat. Was kann ich für Sie tun?
Hallo, ich habe keine frischen Handtücher mehr. Könnte ich neue bekommen?
Selbstverständlich. Welche Zimmernummer haben Sie?
Ich bin auf Zimmer 4.
Brauchen Sie sonst noch etwas?
Könnte ich noch ein zweites Kissen bekommen?
Kein Problem. Ich lasse beides gleich bringen.
Vielen Dank. Kann ich auch etwas zum Essen bestellen?
Dafür müssen Sie den Zimmerservice anrufen.
Könnten Sie mir die Telefonnummer geben?
Die Nummer ist im Zimmertelefon auf der Taste 2 gespeichert.
Das wusste ich gar nicht. Vielen Dank.
Gerne. Sie können sich jederzeit bei Bedarf an uns wenden.
Hallo und willkommen zu Lektion 18. Welcome to lesson 18. In this lesson, I'm going to explain the words sehr and viel. You could translate them roughly as very and much. Sehr, very, viel, much. Okay, how does it work? It sort of works the same way as in English. For example, with nouns, we use viel, much, or we can also say a lot to translate it more easily. And sehr is used with other word groups, which we will get into later. So let's start with viel. Okay, viel, for example, viel Geld, much money, a lot of money. Singular word, Geld, das Geld, viel Geld. It's just viel in this form. It doesn't change. Viel Spaß. If you wish someone a lot of fun, viel Spaß, you can say. Or viel Glück, good luck. Viel Erfolg, good success. And so on. So if we have a noun in the singular form, we use viel to say a lot or much. So we do have this many, as we have in English, a plural form, which in German is viele. Viele. So we use this with a noun in the plural. For example, many people, viele Leute, viele Leute. Or many greetings, viele Grüße. This is a very common expression, viele Grüße, also at the end of an email, for example. Okay. Viel, viele, as an adjective, is also subject to declension. So, if we have another case like accusative, if you remember, this also has to adapt. For example, let's get back to the example of viele Leute, many people. Ich sehe viele Leute. Ich sehe viele Leute. Here we have accusative. Luckily, it doesn't really change, but it is another case. If we take another verb like helfen, to help. Ich helfe vielen Leuten. So here we have some change to the adjective. But it's not a major problem if you don't use it in this case. It's all about declension in the end. So, okay. But important to know, viel is, subject to declension.
About viel and viele. I can't use viel Leute.
No. You can't.
Is it about the count?
That would be like much people. You can't say much people. It's many people.
It's about countable and uncountable.
No,
like in English?
It's simply a question about singular or plural.
Singular, plural.
Yeah.
Because in English, I think you have the countable and the uncountable, like much money or.
Well, yes, that is,
people.
but that's a different topic, sort of. But roughly, just remember much, viel, many, viele.
Much is viel.
Yeah, it's usually simply translatable as that. Viel, much, viele, many. So just adding an E and we have the plural, viele.
Viele Leute.
Viele Leute, many people.
But no, viel Leute is...
No, as wrong as much people.
Oh, but how do I know when to use viel and viele? When I have to...
When you are talking, you will know if you are using the singular or the plural, so you just choose the right form. As in English, you wouldn't say much people. That's simply the exact same thing.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's get into sehr, which means very in most cases. So, very is definitely used with adjectives, like very big, sehr groß, sehr groß. Okay, but it is a bit complicated here. For example, if we get into the comparative, but in this case, it's the same as in English, sort of. It is complicated. Maybe you've noticed, maybe you haven't in English. You don't actually use very when you are talking about a comparative adjective. Okay, for example, sehr groß, very big. But if we want to say much bigger, even in this case in English, we don't have very bigger. And the same goes for German, so we use viel again. Viel größer. Sehr groß, very big. Much bigger, viel größer. Okay, just something to notice. For adverbs, we also use sehr as we covered already, adverbs and adjectives are pretty much the same in German anyway. We don't have this ly, which we add to the adjective. Where it gets really interesting is talking about verbs, because here it depends on the verb if we use much or very, sehr or viel. So let's take, for example, the verb lesen, to read. If I want to say I read a lot, I say ich lese viel. Ich lese viel. I read a lot, I read much. So for most verbs, it's this. We just use viel. But there are certain verbs that use sehr. And what these verbs have in common is that they express a feeling. For example, mögen, to like. Ich mag es sehr. I like it a lot. I like it much. So in German, literally, we only say, I like it very. End of. So, same goes for lieben, to love, hassen, to hate. As soon as we express a feeling in the verb, we have to use sehr. Otherwise, it simply would be wrong. So that's where it differs a lot from English. In the end, though, if you don't get this right, if you say ich mag viel, people will still understand you, but it is not correct. So just remember, with verbs to express feelings, we use sehr and not viel. But with all the other verbs, we use viel. Okay, so that's it. So this is mainly about vocabulary sehr and viel. Remember, viel is falls for declension. Sehr doesn't, and viel, roughly speaking, goes with nouns and most verbs, and sehr goes with all the adjectives and adverbs. Okay, thank you very much, and I see you in the next lesson. Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 19. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about conjunctions. I'm going to introduce 3 conjunctions to you. And these conjunctions are and, but, and because. These conjunctions are easier than all the others, which is why we're starting with these. Okay, so in order to say and in German, you just say und. Und, very similar. But in German is aber. Aber. And because in German is denn. Denn. Okay. So, what these 3 have in common is that they do not change the structure of the sentence, which does happen with all the other conjunctions. So, if you learn these first, you are just on the safe side in constructing sentences. Okay, so und and aber are coordinating conjunctions. So, you can put 2 main clauses together, as in English, and it is quite easy. I will give you some examples. Er unterrichtet Deutsch und lernt Englisch. Er unterrichtet Deutsch und lernt Englisch. So, he teaches German and learns English. In this case, 2 main clauses, we don't even have to repeat the subject er, he. So, structure, normal in both part of the sentences. Another example. Ich räume hier auf und du gehst einkaufen. Ich räume hier auf und du gehst einkaufen. I tidy up here and you do the shopping. In this case, we have 2 different subjects. In the first clause, I have the subject I, and in the second clause, we have you. So, we name them, of course, but the structure of the sentence stays the same. Subject, verb, all the rest. Okay. An example for the conjunction but, aber. Die Sonne scheint, aber es ist recht kalt. Die Sonne scheint, aber es ist recht kalt. The sun is shining, but it is fairly cold. Okay, so in this case as well, easy, the structure stays the same. Subject, verb, all the rest. Another example. Sie hatten zwar keine Lust, aber mussten es machen. Sie hatten zwar keine Lust, aber mussten es machen. They weren't in the mood, but they had to do it. In this case, again, we have the same subject in both sentences, so we don't have to repeat it. But structure remains the same. Okay, so and but, of course, are coordinating conjunctions. Now we get to denn. Denn is very special. Denn means because. It is not the most frequent because. Because we have another word for because, which is weil. But I'm introducing denn here because denn is the only subordinating conjunction that does not change the structure of a sentence. Okay, example. Das geht nicht, denn der Computer ist kaputt. Das geht nicht, denn der Computer ist kaputt. That doesn't work because the computer is broken. So we have denn as because and the structure remains the same. So, another example for denn. Ich muss jetzt los, denn ich habe nicht viel Zeit. Ich muss jetzt los, denn ich habe nicht viel Zeit. I have to go because I don't have much time. Okay, with these three you can start conjoining sentences to paratactic sentences and to one subordinate sentence. Okay, so the next time we will talk about conjunction, it will get a bit more complicated. So you just learn these very well and remember the structure stays the same and you're on the safe side.
I remember I've seen another form of because is weil.
I just said it, yes. Weil means exactly the same. It is far more common than denn, but it does change to the grammatical structure, so we're going to introduce it a bit later. But you are already on the safe side using denn because it is never wrong, just less common than weil. So we will get to that later. Okay, then I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you for listening and tschüss.
Hallo und willkommen zu Lektion 20. Welcome to lesson 20. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about meaningless words, or as they are called more correctly, modal particles. Okay, in German, you will hear so many words within a sentence that you will think, what is that word doing there? I'm going to talk about 4 of them, which are doch, ja, denn, and mal. Okay, you already know doch and ja. You know it means yes. But very, very often you will find one of these in the middle of a sentence and it seems so randomly and crazy and you will actually stumble upon it and lose the whole track of the sentence you were listening to. So I'm teaching these words, so this is not going to happen. Because you need to be aware that these are in the sentences. You don't need to use them. They do give some meaning to the sentence, but it's very subtle and very hard to understand, so just beware that they exist and I will give you a few examples of typical usage of it. Let's start with doch. Okay, you know doch is the yes that follows a negative statement or question. We have it very often in expressions like mach das doch. Mach das doch. You do know all of these words singularly, but can you figure out what it exactly means? Mach das doch means simply do it. So, would it work without the doch in the sentence? Yes, mach das. But people all the time add this doch. It does make the sentence a bit more polite, maybe, but it's not necessary. Another example. Wusste ich es doch. Wusste ich es doch. Very common expression to say, oh, I knew it. Again, doch itself is not translatable, but it's there and it makes the sentence far more natural. Another example. Das geht doch nicht. Das geht doch nicht. That's not possible, that's not doable. Or we can't do this, depends on the translation. In this case, doch just gives a stronger meaning to the sentence, but the word itself doesn't have a proper meaning.
Is there a way that I can know when to put doch in a sentence?
No. Not at the beginning. I think after years and years of speaking German, of understanding everything, you will get a feeling for it. It's all about feeling with these filling words, where to put them. And sometimes people who learn German try to use them so to sound more natural, and it's not easy. It's something you really need to get a feeling for. And well, this lesson is not about making you to use them, but to be aware of them and to generally be able to guess why they are there, but you don't need to use them. You need to be aware of them so you don't stop following the sentence, because it does confuse you. If there's a doch in the middle of a sentence, why is he saying yes in the middle of a sentence? Because that's not the case in English or other languages.
So it's about getting used to it later on.
Yes.
I speak more German.
More ignoring it, being aware of it, and one day maybe be able to use it. Okay, let's get to the second one. The word ja. Ja means yes, of course, but we have it in random sentences. For example, das gibt's ja nicht. Das gibt's ja nicht. This means that's not possible. You would say this when you are surprised. I mean, not in the sense it's not possible that it's properly not possible, but you would say it when you're really surprised about something. Das gibt's ja nicht. Again, this sentence does work perfectly fine without the ja, but it is simply used. It is used that way and no other way. Another example. Du bist ja schon da. Du bist ja schon da. Oh, you're there already. You're there already. Du bist ja schon da. This yes in the middle of a sentence doesn't have a meaning, of course. It doesn't mean yes, you are yes here. But again, it expresses some sort of astonishment, like something unbelievable, improbable. Then you would add a ja, just as a general rule of thumb.
Can I mix the use of them? Like doch, I put ja, or when I have to say ja, I put
There
doch.
are some phrases who have 2, 3, or even 4 of these meaningless words, and we'll get to that later in one crazy example. But yeah, that can happen, and that's when most people who learn the language are even more freaked out and lose the complete sense of the sentence, because 6 out of 10 words don't have a meaning. So that may be confusing. That's why it's so important to be aware of these words.
But when I use the doch instead of ja, but then the sentence is wrong.
There is no wrong or right with these. It's safest not to use them in the first place as a learner. Just don't use them as filling words. Use them when they do have a meaning in other contexts. This is honestly just about being aware of their existence. Okay, so that being said, there is one that is quite safe to use even as a learner, and that is the word denn. Okay, denn normally as a conjunction means because. Denn because. But we very, very often add these to questions. Any question at all can end with a denn. And it just makes it more natural. For example, I want to ask you, how are you? We've already done that. Wie geht's dir? How are you? Much more natural, most times, if I say, wie geht's dir denn? You will hear that. Wie geht's dir denn? It's simply, there is no meaning in this denn. It definitely does not mean because, like in other contexts. But you will hear this a lot. For example, also, was machst du denn? What are you doing? Was machst du denn? It just makes it more natural, and that's about it. Another very common usage, warum denn nicht? Why not? Warum denn nicht? Again, it would work perfectly well without denn, warum nicht? But warum denn nicht does make it a bit more polite and more natural, simply. But it's not impolite if you don't use it, so if you're not sure about how to use it, don't use it. But generally, this is the safest one, and you can practically add it to any question at all, and it wouldn't change the meaning a lot. It would just make it more natural.
Can I say, was machst du doch?
No.
No, only denn.
Not. Den is used in questions as a meaningless filling word. The others only in statements. Okay, so the last one I'm going to talk about is mal. Mal can have different meanings in different contexts. It can mean something like once or time, but that's not important. So we use this as a meaningless filling word. For example, ich gehe schon mal. Ich gehe schon mal, which means I'm going. The meaning changes a bit here without mal and with mal. Ich gehe, I'm going. It's simply, it's so short in German that it doesn't sound complete. I mean, of course, you have said it all. You are going, end of the sentence practically, but it doesn't really sound finished. So that's why we often add this mal. There's always some sort of temporal aspect in there. So if I say, ich gehe schon mal, schon means already. You express something, well, I will go now. I know you will come later, but I will go now and probably wait for you. I know it's complicated, but just be aware of it and don't freak out when it comes in a sentence. Another very, very common expression, das ist nun mal so. Das ist nun mal so, which means that's the way it is, simply. So we have nun mal. This is a very common combination, nun mal. Which could be translated as simply, but it always depends. So there is this mal. Of course, we could again say das ist so, that's the way it is, same meaning, but in the longer form, because otherwise it would be short and feel incomplete. That's why we use this. So you don't need to learn all these phrases by heart. You don't need to try to understand completely how to use these. But be aware of these, I can only repeat that, and don't lose track of the sentence, of understanding, listening a sentence when one of these shows up, because they do show up all the time, so don't freak out about them.
Is there any difference in formal, informal in the case of these meaningless words?
No.
In formal sentence, we also use them.
Yes, in every sentence, if you're polite, if you're not polite, you always use them. They're all over the German language. Okay, now I'm going to give you that crazy example I was talking about. This sentence, das möchte ich dann ja doch eigentlich schon mal machen. So we have many, many words, and the proper meaning of this is expressed in only 4 words. Das möchte ich machen. That I want to do that. Das möchte ich machen. And all the other words you can see here don't really have a meaning. You could say they do sort of give some meaning to the sentence, but not a real meaning. They just very subtly change what the sentence says in the way that it tells you something about the feelings of the person who says it and the probabilities and so on. But this example is only there to make you see that you just, when you are listening to someone, especially in the beginning of a new language, try to get the main message of it. So do not concentrate too much on all these little words, because sometimes they simply happen to have no meaning. So generally in German, wait for the end of the sentence, because that's where the verb often is, or the negation, even worse. And so if there is a ja as the third word, but you still need to get to the verb and the negation and other stuff, just don't think about the ja. And I just know that can happen, that as soon as you don't know a word or you're wondering what is that word doing there, you just get stuck and you don't listen to the end. So that's why this lesson is quite important, just to make you aware there are these words. If you want to look up on them, they are called Modalpartikel in German, modal particles. And there are many more than these, so just read through them and be aware of them. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So sometimes the most important word is always at the end in a sentence in German.
Yes, unfortunately, yes. And we will cover the sentence structure in another lesson soon. And yes, so always listen to the end. Okay, good. So that's about the meaningless words. Thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss.
Ist hier noch frei?
Ja klar, setz dich ruhig. Was hast du gerade gesagt?
Ich habe gesagt, ich bin schwanger.
Was? Oh Gott, machst du Witze?
Nein, ich meine das völlig ernst.
Wow, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Weiß Philipp es schon?
Nein, ich habe es noch keinem gesagt.
Könnte ich bitte die Speisekarte haben?
Natürlich, bitte sehr. Unsere Spezialitäten des Tages sind heute Omas Linseneintopf, Kohlrouladen mit Kartoffeln, Tomatencremesuppe mit Reistaschen und bunter Nudelauflauf.
Ich hätte gern die Kohlroulade mit Kartoffeln.
Was möchten Sie dazu trinken?
Ein Glas stilles Mineralwasser, bitte.
Hallo, na? Wo kommst du her?
Ich komme aus.
Cool, das ist weit weg. Was machst du hier auf Germanix?
Ich mache hier einen Deutschkurs.
Ah, wie schön.
Ich kann aber erst ein bisschen Deutsch.
Du bist doch schon gut. Ich bin Jana, das ist Katrin. Wie heißt du?
Ich heiße.
Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen.
Kannst du mir etwas auf Deutsch übersetzen?
Klar, was möchtest du wissen?
Wie sagt man The food is delicious auf Deutsch?
Du kannst sagen, das Essen schmeckt gut oder das Essen ist lecker.
Kannst du nochmal das Wort delicious wiederholen?
Schmeckt als Verb oder lecker als Adjektiv. Bitteschön.
Oh, das sieht klasse aus. Die Rechnung bitte.
Ich möchte auch zahlen, bitte. Hat es geschmeckt?
Es war sehr lecker.
Zahlen Sie zusammen oder getrennt?
Getrennt, bitte.
Das sind dann 16,85.
Stimmt so.
Dankeschön.
Können wir vielleicht Telefonnummer austauschen?
Ja, natürlich. Meine Nummer ist 0575 34 2196.
Danke, dann bis später.
Tschüss, einen schönen Tag dir.
Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 21. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to say that you like something. Okay, for this, in German, we have 3 different ways. The most important is actually not a verb, but an adverb. And this adverb is gern. Gern. Okay, how is it used and what does it mean exactly? For example, if you want to say, I like traveling. I like traveling. In English, we have the verb to like. In German, we just add the adverb after our main verb. So, I like traveling. Ich verreise gern. Ich verreise gern. Verreisen, to travel. Gern is just added directly after the conjugated verb. Always. Another example, ich lese gern. Ich lese gern. I like reading. Often you hear viel und gern together. So, ich lese viel und gern, which means I read a lot and enjoy reading. So in English you wouldn't actually say it that way, but it's a very common expression in German, viel und gern after a verb. Okay, then you might very often hear gern in contexts when you are ordering something or buying something. Ich hätte gern, I would like to have, and then whatever you are ordering. Or ich möchte gern, I would like, and then a noun follows. Okay, another very common expression using gern is das machen wir gern. If you ask someone to help you, for example, and they help you gladly, das machen wir gern, which means we will do that gladly. Okay, also with another verb, with the verb to have, gern haben, which also means to like, but to like someone. Ich habe dich gern, I like you. Just in a friendly way. Gern haben is a friendly way of liking. Okay, so gern is the most important word if you want to express that you like something. But we also have a verb to like, which is the verb mögen. Mögen is an irregular verb. It's conjugated like this. Ich mag, du magst, sie es mag, wir mögen, ihr mögt, sie mögen. Okay, but we do not use mögen with other verbs. So, as before, if you want to express that you like doing something, you would not use mögen. Some books teach this, but it is not really used. Grammatically, it might be correct, but no one actually uses it. So, when do you use it? You can use it perfectly well with nouns. For example, ich mag unsere neuen Nachbarn. Ich mag unsere neuen Nachbarn. I like our new neighbors. So with persons or objects you can use mögen and it works perfectly fine. Okay, then we have another verb, which is the verb gefallen. Okay, gefallen is mainly used in the third person singular. So, it's a different perspective to the English liking. You don't say ich gefalle, because that would actually mean that someone likes you. So the perspective just changes. You will just very often read es gefällt mir, which means I like it. So the perspective is just the opposite. For example, on Facebook, if you want to click like in German, there is gefällt mir. So you could say, maybe to get it more literally, that something or someone appeals to you. So the mir part is to me, mir, to me. Es gefällt mir. Okay, gefallen is mainly used in an aesthetic context. Like I could say, mir gefällt dein T-shirt. Mir gefällt dein T-shirt. I like your T-shirt. Before we had mögen. Mögen would be more on inner values, you could say. Of course, you could also say, ich mag dein T-shirt, but in this case, gefallen is more common. So, as a general rule or guideline, if it's something with the outward look, you just use gefallen, and for inner values, you can use mögen. But definitely the most important with the verbs and in general is gern, the first one. Okay, so gern, mögen, gefallen, 3 different ways to express liking. Good. So, that's it for this lesson. And I will see you in the next lesson. Bis dann. Tschüss. Guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 22. In this lesson, we are going to talk about how to say the date. Okay, first we will start with the weekdays, which is useful vocabulary in the end. So I will just name them, starting with Monday to Sunday. Okay, here we go. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. Okay. The preposition to go with this, if you want to say on Monday, is am. Always am with every weekday. Am Montag, am Dienstag, am Mittwoch, and so on. For example, am Montag muss ich wieder arbeiten. Am Montag muss ich wieder arbeiten. On Monday, I have to work again. Okay, so for the dates, and a very important thing to know is the numbers. The numbers we have already covered. But we don't only use 1, 2, 3, but we use the ordinal numbers. So first, second, third, and so on. So you need to learn these in order to say the dates correctly. Right. So first, in German, erster. Erster, erste, erstes. You will see variations of this due to declination. So, zweiter is second. Dritter, third. Vierter, fourth. Fünfter, fifth. Okay, so you can see they get a bit more regular after the first 3. Erster, zweiter, dritter, vierter, fünfter, sechster, siebter, achter, and so on. So the ending we have is always ter. Okay, but this does change a bit depending on how you use the date. For example, my birthday is on 3rd of June. Ich habe Geburtstag. My birthday is. So, now we say the date. On 3rd of June. Am 3. Juni. Am 3. Juni. Okay, so you can see here the ending is an N and not an R as before. This is all due to declination. So, as with the weekdays, we use am as the correct preposition for the date. So, am 1., am 2., am 3., and so on. Okay, but if you want to say today is the 3rd of June, you would say heute ist der 3. Juni. Der 3. So here we just have the E at the end. Good. So this is just something to learn, to memorize, but it is not vital. So if you don't put the correct ending, it's not a problem. But be aware that there are slight differences. Okay. So now I've already said the month June. What about all the other months? Let's start from January. January, Januar. February, Februar. March, März. April, April. May, Mai. June, Juni. July, Juli. August, August. September, September. October, Oktober, November, November, December, Dezember. So you can see they are quite similar in German. In the last couple of months, only the pronunciation was adapted to the more German part. Okay, so, but we do not always use the names of the month when saying the date. So, before I had the example 3rd of June, 3. Juni. Heute ist der 3. Juni. You will also hear, heute ist der 3.6. 3.6. So we have another ordinal number even for the month. That would literally be, today is the 3rd 6th, which no one would say in English, but in German we do. So you have the free choice. You can either use the month, the name of the month, or you can use another ordinal number. Maybe it's easier to use the name of the month. Okay, so okay. One last way of variation for the date is at the end of a letter, which I'm going to mention briefly. On letters, you will always see the name of the place where it has been written, and for the date, you will see den. So let's say Berlin, den 3. Juni. So even another slight variations. But the main thing is am 3. Here we have the N, or der Dritte. So with der, it's always the ending E. With am, it is always N. Okay, so a lot to learn, a lot to memorize, but it's not a problem if you do not put the right ending. People will understand you. Okay, that's it for the dates. I see you in the next lesson, and goodbye. Tschüss. Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 23. Last time we talked about dates. So, this time we're going to talk about the time, asking for the time and telling the time. So, what time is it? We have two ways of saying that. The first one is wie spät ist es? Wie spät ist es? Literally, how late is it? Wie spät ist es? The second way is wie viel Uhr ist es? Wie viel Uhr ist es? Literally, how many clocks is it? Because die Uhr is the clock. Okay, so telling the time in German can be easy and can be tricky, because we have one very easy way to express the time, but we also have a quite complicated way, and you will hear both equally. So let's start with the easy one. So we use again the word clock, Uhr. For example, it is 9:43. We would say es ist 9:43. So first we have the number of the hours, then the word Uhr, and then the number of the minutes. And that works for every time of the day. It is very common, you can use it, and you will be on the safe side. Okay, but you also need to learn the other way, or at least be aware of it, because people use the other way as well. And here we are going a bit crazy in German. Okay, I will now guide you through an entire hour starting at 7 o'clock. Okay, so it is 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 Uhr. Easy. 7 o'clock, 7 Uhr. Now let's jump to 7:02. In this case, we would say es ist kurz nach 7. Kurz nach 7. Kurz is the word for short or brief. So literally we say it is shortly after 7. Kurz nach 7. Okay, then 7:10. 10 nach 7. Again, the word nach for past. 10:10. 10 past 7. 10 nach 7. As in English. Easy so far. Now, 7:15. Es ist 7:15. 7:15. So, quarter in German, Viertel. Okay, now it gets a bit tricky. We go to 7:25. In this case, of course, you have the easy way, 7:25. But what people very often say here is, es ist 7:55. 7:55. Okay, why? For this you have to know first 7:30. 7:30, 7:30 is actually 7:30 because we have, considering the hour between 7 and 8, we have one entire hour and now we are half of it, so 7:30, the 7:30 is reached. So with 25, we say 5 vor, 5 to 7:30, 5 to 7:30. So, and this is very common. It might seem a bit complex, but people use that all the time, so you need to be aware of that. So, I already said halb, 7:30, 7:30, and 5 vor 7:30. We also use kurz vor 7:30. Let's take 7:28. Kurz, you already have seen that word just before. Short or brief. So it is shortly to 7:30. Kurz vor 7:30. Okay, so the same for when the half hour has just passed. Let's take 7:32. In this case, kurz nach 7:30. Shortly after 7:30. Kurz nach 7:30. Okay, same then 35, which would be 5 nach 7:30. So we always orientate ourselves on this half past and use the according numbers with to or past. To half, past half.
Which is more common, saying precisely the numbers or the way you say it, kurz nach half?
Unfortunately, for all the learners, this is more common, the complicated way with kurz nach.
Yeah, to me it's much easier to just say precisely the numbers.
Yes, and you will always be on the safe side when you want to tell the time, but you need to be aware that people, if you ask for the time, people might answer you like that. Kurz vor halb, kurz nach halb, and so on.
Oh, so it's quite common to
very,
hear this.
very common, and it has to be learned.
But it's not precise.
No, it's not precise.
But it's common to just say...
It's like you would say, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's not really precise. Might be 2-3 minutes missing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's jump to 7:45. 7:45. Same word for quarter. Viertel. So we have 7:45. Es ist 7:45. Okay. Then same principle again with a time like 7:57. Kurz vor 8. Kurz vor 8. Shortly to 8. Okay. A word that is used a lot with the precise round time of an hour is Punkt. Punkt 8, which would be precisely 8 o'clock. It is, es ist Punkt 8. Okay. Other useful words are gleich, which means very soon, in a couple of minutes. Es ist gleich 8, it is almost 8 o'clock. Or fast, es ist fast 8, fast means also almost. Okay, so times of the day, words to know. Morning, in the morning, morgens. Then around noon, mittags. In the afternoon, nachmittags. In the evening, abends, and nighttime, nachts. So you often hear these in the combination with the numbers, like in English, AM, PM. So 8 Uhr morgens, 8 AM, 8 Uhr abends, 8 PM. Okay, other useful prepositions with the time for For example, sei bitte vor 22 Uhr zu Hause. Please be home before 22 o'clock. For, before. Or nach, after. Nach 18 Uhr esse ich nichts mehr. Nach 18 Uhr esse ich nichts mehr. After 6 p.m. I don't eat anymore. Or another one, bis, until. Wir müssen bis spätestens 15 Uhr fertig sein. Wir müssen bis spätestens 15 Uhr fertig sein. We have to be done by or until latest 15 o'clock. Spätestens, latest, and bis, until or by. Okay, so now you can tell the time and you can choose if you want to do it the easy way or the complicated way. But be aware of both. Okay, thank you very much and I see you in the next lesson. Hallo, guten Tag und willkommen zu Lektion 24. This lesson will be primarily about possessive pronouns or possessive adjectives. So, what they are in English is my, your, his, her, our, your, their. So, I will just start by introducing them in German. So, let's start with my. Mein or meine. Mein, meine. The difference is mein is used for masculine and neuter nouns that follow, and meine for feminine or plural nouns. For example, mein Mann, mein Kind, my husband, my child, but meine Frau, meine Freunde, my wife, my friends. Okay, so the same principle goes on for all the others. So we have your, dein, deine, his, sein, seine, her, ihr, ihre, our, unser, unsere, your, plural, euer, eure, and their, ihr, ihre. Okay, so this goes for every noun that follows. You always have to adapt. Either you add an E or you don't. That's the only thing you need to respect. Okay, so of course, since these are quite similar to the articles ein, eine, these are also subject to declension when it comes to declension. So just be aware of that there might be other forms like meines, meinen, meinem, but generally you can always go back to the basic form mein and you know what it means. And later when you fully understand declension, you can then get it completely right. So, if we have a sentence like, that is mine, the word changes like it does in English. My becomes mine. So, in German, mein actually becomes either meiner for a masculine word, meine for feminine or plural, and meines for neuter. So, das ist meiner, das ist meine, das ist meines. Or rather, we say meins. Das ist meins. Okay, so that's all to say about pronouns. What I also want to include in this lesson are more pronouns, but not possessive ones, but dative pronouns. You might not yet know what a dative is. It's one of the 4 German cases. But I will briefly introduce the words because you have already heard them in some of my examples from the previous lessons. So, in order to understand these words, the pronouns, in English they are usually translated as in sentences with to. To me, to you, to him, to her, to us, to you, to them. In these cases, when in English we have to plus pronoun, we use a different type of pronoun. We don't use ich, du, sie, es, but we use mir, dir, ihm, ihr, uns, euch, ihnen. So, why is this important? Not only for declension, which will follow later on, but also after certain prepositions, the most important of which are mit, with, and von, from. So whenever you say with, and then the pronoun. With me, you can't say mit ich, you have to say mit mir. So mit mir, mit dir, mit ihm. The same for the word from, which in German is von. Von requires these kind of pronouns. So von mir, von dir, von ihm, von ihr, von uns, von euch, von ihnen. So that's why these are important. Just remember, you will see these and you should use them after certain prepositions. And they are from the dative, so if you want to read up on that already, you can do so, but I will explain the cases in one of the last lessons. So, yeah, so that's it for these lessons. A lot of pronouns to learn, and I see you in the next lesson. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Hallo Jana, hier. Erinnerst du dich?
Hey, ja klar, wie geht's dir?
Sehr gut, danke. Ich bin mit dem Deutschkurs fertig.
Echt? Willst du noch eine Weile auf Germanix bleiben?
Nein, morgen geht es für mich zurück nach Hause.
Oh, wie schade. Ich hätte dich herumführen können. Germanix ist ein toller Ort.
Wollen wir heute Abend was zusammen trinken gehen?
Gerne. An welche Uhrzeit hast du gedacht? Ich arbeite bis 6 Uhr.
Wie war's um 8 Uhr im Restaurant 28?
Ja, gern. Bis später dann.
Hallo und willkommen zu Lektion 25. In this lesson, we are going to talk about hypertactic conjunctions or subordinating clauses. We've already combined sentences by conjunctions like and but. Now we're going to go into all the other conjunctions that there are, like because, after, before, despite, and so on. So I will present the most important ones to you. So let's start with the temporal ones. After in German is nachdem. Nachdem. Okay, I will give you an example. Direkt nachdem wir losgegangen sind, hat das Unwetter angefangen. Direkt nachdem wir losgegangen sind, hat das Unwetter angefangen. I know, a very long sentence, but that's the whole point of this topic. We are combining two sentences now. So, in the first part, in the nachdem part, direkt nachdem, directly after, with a conjunction like nachdem, it is very likely that we have a past sentence. So, direkt nachdem wir losgegangen sind, direkt nachdem wir losgegangen sind, directly after we have left, losgehen, to leave, Hat das Unwetter angefangen? This is the main clause. Hat das Unwetter angefangen? The bad weather has started. So here you can already see how complex a German sentence can be. And here it is when all the rules come into play, where to put what word. So in the first part we see, direkt nachdem wir losgegangen sind, the conjugated verb is right at the end. So this is important because this goes for all conjunctions. All the conjunctions except the ones we have covered in the other lessons, and but and then, because, the other because. All conjunctions shift the conjugated word to the end of the clause. That's the main thing to remember. Okay, so when that has sunk in, let's go to the next conjunction. Another temporal one. Before, in German very similar, bevor, bevor. Okay, example. Ich mache es besser jetzt, bevor ich alles vergesse. Ich mache es besser jetzt, bevor ich alles vergesse. In this case, we have first the main clause. Ich mache es besser jetzt. I better do it now. Everything normal so far in that part of the sentence. Bevor ich alles vergesse. Before I forget everything. Here, same thing. Vergesse, the verb to forget, goes at the end. Conjugated verb always at the end. Okay. Another temporal one. Während, while, während. Example. Während ich das Essen koche, kannst du schon mal den Tisch decken. Während ich das Essen koche, kannst du schon mal den Tisch decken. While I am cooking the meal, you can already prepare the table. So in this case, während ich das Essen koche, subordinate clause goes in the beginning because that's just, you can choose where to put it if you start with the main clause or the subordinate clause, as you please. In this case, again, während ich das Essen koche, kochen, verb goes right at the end, so it's always the same structure. Okay. Let's not talk so much about the structure anymore. I will give you all the other conjunctions that are important. Okay, in order to say because, you have already learned denn. Denn does not shift the verb to the end, but the more common conjunction we use in order to express because is weil. Weil. So, example. Ich wiederhole es jeden Tag, weil es sehr wichtig ist. Ich wiederhole es jeden Tag, weil es sehr wichtig ist. I repeat it every day because it is very important. So, look at the structure, let it sink in. It always follows the same rules. Another conjunction, obwohl, which means although or despite. Example. Obwohl ich das meiste noch machen muss, bin ich schon sehr weit gekommen. Obwohl ich das meiste noch machen muss, bin ich schon sehr weit gekommen. Although I still have to do the most part of it, I have done fairly well so far. This is a very free translation just to get you into some very common German way of talking. So don't worry about the actual translation, but let the structure sink in again and get familiar with it. Okay, another conjunction, sobald, as soon as, sobald. Sobald ich hier fertig bin, kann ich dir helfen. Sobald ich hier fertig bin, kann ich dir helfen. As soon as I'm done here, I can help you. Sobald ich hier fertig bin, conjugated verb at the end, kann ich dir helfen. Okay, another thing I want you to notice, especially in this phrase because it's a bit shorter, a bit easier. In the main clause, if the main clause follows the subordinate clause, something changes. Notice it. Sobald ich hier fertig bin, subordinate clause, kann ich dir helfen, not ich kann dir helfen. So, we have the position changing between subject and verb. which you already know from other cases, because in one of the first lessons I taught you that if anything comes before subject and verb, these two change their positions. So this anything, in this case, is a whole subordinate clause. So in the end, it's still the same rule that applies. Okay. Right, two more. So dass, so that. Very similar to English. Wir haben viel Arbeit, so dass wir nicht ausgehen können. Wir haben viel Arbeit, so dass wir nicht ausgehen können. We have much work, so that we can't go out. In this case, so dass is a bit flexible because we can actually take the so and put it in the first part, but that's the same as in English. I'll explain. Wir haben so viel Arbeit, dass wir nicht ausgehen können. That would be in English, we have so much work that we can't go out. So it's basically the same thing. It slightly shifts the focus and both exist, but it's still the conjunction so dass. So dass, by the way, you can either write it so, then leave space and then das, or you can write it in one word. Both is acceptable. Okay, so the final one, damit. Damit could be most easily translated as in order to. Example, ich muss mich etwas beeilen, damit ich es noch rechtzeitig schaffe. Ich muss mich etwas beeilen, damit ich es noch rechtzeitig schaffe. I have to hurry up a bit in order to make it in time. I have to hurry up a bit in order to make it in time. So, same rules apply. Damit shifts the conjugated verb to the end. So, I want to finish with something which is also translated as in order to, but it doesn't work like other conjunctions, and this is the form zu. So, I will give you an example. Wir müssen viel lernen, die Prüfung zu bestehen. Wir müssen viel lernen, die Prüfung zu bestehen. We need to learn a lot to or in order to pass the exam. So in this case, of course, we could also build it with damit. Wir müssen viel lernen, damit wir die Prüfung bestehen. Both are very common, and zu uses the infinite form, not a conjugated verb. That's why the whole structure is a bit difficult, but I wanted to introduce it now because it is very commonly used in order to say in order to. So, that's it for conjunctions. I know it's a lot to take in, and these sentences, they seem very, very complex, but if you observe them carefully, you will see they are very regular in the structure. Everything has its fixed position. Verb always goes to the end. If you are trying to formulate a sentence in German and you do not put the verb to the end, it's not a problem. Do not worry. But you have to be aware that this is the correct form, and sometimes you just have to wait for the actual verb to come. So that's why in German you really always need to listen to the end, because the most important thing might be just the last word of the sentence, and this definitely applies for this kind of phrase. Okay, so good. That's it for this lesson. Thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss!
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 26. In this lesson I'm going to talk about relative clauses, and at the same time I'm going to introduce the subject of declension or declination. Okay, so relative clauses is just a subordinate clause like we had another few before. So you generally know something happens to the structure of the German sentences in subordinate clauses. So, I will repeat it. In a subordinate clause, the verb always goes to the end of the clause, no matter what. Okay, what is a relative clause? As in English, relative clauses are those sentences who refer back to a noun. So, if we have the people who, then the sentence that starts with who is the relative clause. The people who are nice live over there. That would be a relative clause right in the middle. So,
Also for objects, where in English you would tend to use that instead of who. The book that I gave you, for example, that's a relative clause. So in German, of course, we have the same concept. And it is sort of easy, but also a bit tricky, because declension plays a role here. So let's start. If we have a masculine noun, we have the article der, as you know. For example, der Mann, the man. If now a relative clause follows, our relative conjunction will be der as well. So, der Mann, der. Der Mann, der dort sitzt, ist mein Chef. The man, who is sitting there, is my boss. So we have the relative clause in the middle, and as you can see, the verb goes to the end within this clause, and then the main clause continues after the relative clause. So if we have a feminine noun, we have the feminine article die Frau, die, the woman who, die Frau, die. Die Frau, die hier wohnt, ist total unhöflich. Die Frau, die hier wohnt, ist total unhöflich. The woman who lives here is totally rude. So again, relative clause in the middle, verb at the end, and then the main clause continues. Same for neuter nouns. Das Kind, das is the neuter article. Das Kind, das. Das Kind, das du meinst, ist schon erwachsen. Das Kind, das du meinst, ist schon erwachsen. The child you are thinking of is already an adult. So again, relative clause in the middle and verb at the end. Okay, so why is declension important here? Because these examples I've just given you, they are all in the nominative. So the subject, der Mann, die Frau, das Kind, they are the subject of the sentence, as I said. But in other relative clauses, they might be an object. For example, back to the book, das Buch, das ich gelesen habe, the book that I have read. In this case, I am the subject in the relative clause. So, das Buch, das ich gelesen habe. In this example, we're still das, but we do have another case, which is called accusative. I know it's a complex topic and we won't go into too much detail in this beginner course. So, this is not so important for neuter, but if we, for example, have der Mann, den ich kenne, the man who I know, and then another clause can continue. Now we don't have der Mann der, but der Mann den, because the subject changes. Der Mann, den ich kenne, ist groß. The man who I know is tall. So, in the main clause, which is in the beginning and at the end of the complete sentence, the man is the subject. But in the middle, in the relative clause, I am the subject, which makes automatically the man the object. So we have the object article den instead of der. Then, as you know, in German, we have 4 different cases. So we also have genitive and dative. So you have another set of articles to learn for these cases. For example, der Mann, dessen Frau hier wohnt, ist groß. The man whose wife lives here is tall. So the man still subject in the main clause, but now we have a genitive in the relative clause. So der Mann, dessen, the man whose. So dessen is whose. But if we have the woman whose, and then whatever sentence, this changes into deren. Die Frau, deren Mann hier wohnt, ist groß. The woman whose husband lives here is tall. So basically, it's a new set of articles to learn, and you can look up those articles in a table chart or something to get an overview. So in total, you know, we have 4 different cases and 3 different genders. So for the singular alone, you have to learn 12 articles, and the same for the plural. They are not difficult. You can see it on the table. Especially the plural is very regular because the article stays the same for every gender. Okay, so that was a small introduction into declension, which shall be covered in a later course because it is quite difficult compared to other grammatic stuff. And yes, so you will definitely hear more of that if you continue to get deeper into the German language. Good, that's it for now. Thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 27. In this lesson, you are going to know about separable verbs. This is a crazy thing in German, and it's unique to the German language. So, what does it mean? A separable verb is a verb that has a prefix, which is separated in many cases, in many grammatical cases. So, even in the present tense. Let's take the verb to call. To call in German is anrufen. Anrufen. So in this case, we're talking about calling via telephone, not just shouting a name. So, anrufen. If you want to say, I call, you don't say, ich anrufe. Because you have to separate the prefix from the actual verb. So, I call in German, ich rufe an. Ich rufe an. The prefix always goes to the end of the sentence, no matter what else you want to include in that sentence. I call you. Ich rufe dich an. Ich rufe dich an. I call you tonight. Ich rufe dich heute Abend an. So still the an goes to the end. I call you tonight when I'm home. Ich rufe dich heute Abend, wenn ich zu Hause bin, an. So we can include an entire sentence, and the prefix from the first sentence still goes to the very end of the sentence. So this is important. So as in many other cases, German grammar forces you to sometimes wait for the last word in order to make sense of the whole sentence that is being said. Okay. This also matters in infinitive constructions. For example, it is not fun to tidy up, or tidying up is not fun. Es macht keinen Spaß, aufzuräumen. If you look up to tidy up in the dictionary, it is aufräumen. So now we have an infinitive construction, and the infinitive word zu, which in English is to, goes after the prefix. So you see, again, it is separated from the main verb, aufzuräumen. With the other verb we just had, anrufen, anzurufen. Ich freue mich, dich anzurufen. I am happy to call you. Anzurufen, aufzuräumen. So it goes always right in the middle. This will also matter in other tenses, especially when it comes to building the past participle, which we are going to do in the next lesson. Okay, there are, however, some prefixes that are never separable. These prefixes are be, ver, and ent. be, ver, and ent. So whenever you see a verb starting with those, this is never going to be separated. Then there are some verbs, some prefixes who are sometimes separated and sometimes not. This is where it gets tricky, and that's just a thing you have to learn or just experience with every verb as it comes to you. For example, some verbs starting with unter, which literally is under. For example, to teach, unterrichten. Ich unterrichte, I teach, not separable. But untergehen, to sink, ich gehe unter, I sink. So in this case it is separable, and that just depends on every verb separately, and that's just something to experience when learning the language.
Then we have many prefixes which are always separated, as we already had with an or ab and many more. Mainly all those prefixes who also indicate a place, a direction, like unter, under we already had, über, gegen. There are so many, and most of the time they are separable, so just keep that in mind. And it can get very tricky because with a verb like anrufen, for example, we have the main verb rufen, which is also to call or to shout, but there might be so many other potential prefixes to be just added to that basic word, and it just means something else entirely. So when you learn these, you just, if you see a new word and it starts with one of the prefixes, don't think too much about the original verb that's inside, but just learn it as a new verb, as a separable verb, and keep in mind you have to separate the prefix from the verb in order to make correct grammar. Okay, so that's it. I know it's a weird thing in the German language, but it's just one of the things to learn and accept. Okay, thank you very much, and I will see you in the next lesson. Bis dann. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 28. In this lesson, you are going to learn about the present perfect. This tense in German is called perfect. And this tense is the most important tense when it comes to expressing something that happened in the past, because it is predominantly the main tense we ever use with any verb in any circumstance. Okay, in English you have stricter rules as to when to use present perfect or past simple, past simple. But in German that's quite easy, because there are only a few exceptions, and those are certain verbs which are not wrong to be expressed in the present perfect, but generally are expressed in the imperfect past tense. So these verbs, just to name them briefly, are haben, sein, müssen, wollen, können, dürfen, sollen. You already know all of these verbs. So for all the other verbs, we use the present perfect. How is it used? It is very similar to English. We use our auxiliary verb haben, to have, plus a past participle. So, I have eaten, ich habe gegessen. Then we can conjugate this. You have eaten, du hast gegessen. He has eaten, hat gegessen, and so on. So you see, the past participle doesn't change, only the auxiliary verb has to be conjugated according to the person we are talking about. So, the past participle itself can be formed in different ways. Most verbs start their past participle with a ge, then it follows the stem of the verb, plus a t as an ending or en as an ending. Examples: gegessen, we've already seen that now. Ge, then another G, because otherwise we would have two E's, but that's that's just for the sound. So then S as the stem from essen, and the ending en, which happens to be also the infinitive ending. So, but more verbs are actually ending with a T, like gefragt from the verb fragen, to ask, gehofft from the verb hoffen, to hope. And actually most verbs are like this. Then we have some who have quite an irregular ending, but still the ge, like trinken, to drink, becomes getrunken, so we have a U in here. Or singen, to sing, gesungen. Schreiben, to write, geschrieben. And wissen, gewusst. So these are irregular and you just have to learn them, but that's the same for English. So then there are also some verbs who form their past participle without ge. And in this case, we already have talked about separable and non-separable verbs in the last lesson. And here it gets a bit complicated with the past participles. In the case of separable verbs, those who have the prefix that has to be separated in many cases. In this case, the GE gets inserted right in the middle, right after the prefix. For example, anrufen, to call, becomes angerufen, angerufen. And this goes for all the separable verbs. The ge for the past perfect, for the present perfect goes right after the prefix. Then we have those verbs who also have certain prefixes but are not separable, which are all the verbs that start with be, ent or ver. For example, begrüßen, to greet. In this case, the participle is begrüßt, no ge here. Or versprechen, to promise, past participle versprochen. Or entkommen, to escape, entkommen, which remains the same form in the past participle. So in the end, there are a few rules, yes, but in the end it comes all down to learning them by heart, because many of them are quite, different from their normal form, so yeah. But the general rule is perfect is the main tense to express the past, except for those few exceptions which we will get to in another lesson when we are talking about the imperfect, the other past tense. And yeah, that's it for this lesson. So many new things to learn, and thank you for listening, and I see you in the next lesson. Tschüss! Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 29. In this lesson I'm going to talk about gerunds, which in German don't exist, and in English we find in the ing form of verbs. So going, sleeping, cooking, knowing, these can be gerunds. Okay, as I just said, they don't exist in German. But what do you do if you want to express something where in English you would use one of these ing forms? In German, what you have to do is to create a subordinate clause. In order to do that correctly, you have to understand why you are using this form in English. So what is the purpose behind it? Because English is a bit easier grammatically than German, and often things are put together in one form, and from the context everything gets clear what it really says. So I will give you one example that makes this a bit clearer. By studying hard, one can become successful. By studying hard, one can become successful. So we have this by, then the verb with the ing form. So we have to understand what it really says. If we have by doing something, this verb becomes the instrument. So only if we do this, if this is done, when this is done, by doing it, through doing it, something else can be achieved or something else happens. So in German, the most common translation for by plus verb plus ing form is the conjunction in dem. In dem, one word, in dem. Okay, so the sentence I just gave you, by studying hard, one can become successful, I would translate as indem man viel lernt, kann man erfolgreich werden. Indem man viel lernt, kann man erfolgreich werden. Okay, so in English, by studying, we don't have a person in this, it's general. We don't have I, you, he, she, it, or whoever. So it's a not definite person. In German, for this case, we use the little word man. Indem man, by learning, indem man viel lernt, kann man erfolgreich werden. The man then we have in the main clause as well, where in English we have one. So it's something that's not specified. We don't know who is being talked about. It's because it's just in general. Okay, so in dem is a very, very important conjunction to know. Of course, you could also find other solutions to this. You could say, for example, wenn man viel lernt. Wenn man viel lernt, kann man erfolgreich werden. But if you were to translate this back into English, this might come up with something like an if clause. If you study hard, you can become successful. So it changes a bit. So generally what I'm trying to tell you is the word in dem is very, very useful for whatever by plus in clause you are using. Okay, so that's basically it. So you have to be aware there is no gerund in German. What we do have is the present participle. You might be more familiar with the term past participle, but gerund in English is also grammatically, it can be seen as a present participle. As in, I am going, because it's a participle but in the present. To remind you, past participle would be I have gone. Gone is the past participle. Going is the present participle or gerund. We also have this participle in German, which for our verb lernen, which we just had, would be lernend. So there might be some weird sentences in which you encounter this form, so be aware it exists. But in normal spoken language, you wouldn't use that under any circumstances. So you always have to use some form of subordinate clause in order to express ing forms in English. Okay, so I hope this is a bit clear. It's not one of the major important things to know, but be aware of this word in dem and try to use it whenever you encounter an ing form.
I'm still not too clear about the ing form. For example, if I want to express I am really going, now present continuous ing using going.
That's present continuous. We have talked about that in one of the other lessons.
Okay.
When in German we only use the word gerade. Ich gehe gerade, I am going.
Oh yes,
That's
gerade.
different. That's why I said in English sometimes the same forms are used for so many different things. That's why you have to understand what you are really saying by using this ing form.
Right, yeah, gerade, now remember.
Yeah,
Gerade
so you have to know why you are using that form. So it makes it a bit tricky to translate into German sometimes, because in English is very simplified. It's a very simple language compared to others, grammatically speaking.
So the German language is quite specific in
very specific, so you have
grammar
to understand
terms.
why you do what you do in your own language in order to convey it correctly in the German language. But you will get used to that in the process, and yeah. Okay, so that's it. I hope you have a general idea of what I was talking about, and yeah, I will see you in the next lesson then. Thank you for listening. Bis dann. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 30. In this lesson, you will learn how to build the comparison forms of adjectives. So, as in English, big, bigger, biggest, small, smaller, smallest. This is what we are going to talk about. So, let's start with something regular, sort of regular, because it is a bit tricky here in German again, because it's a tricky language. Okay, so big, bigger, biggest. Let's start with this adjective. Big, you already should know, groß. Groß. So, bigger, größer, größer. So we have a slight change in the stem of the adjective because we have added the two dots on the O, which becomes an Ö. But it's still regular because all comparatives have the ER at the end. So groß, größer, big, bigger. Same as in English actually. ER at the end. Größter, biggest, größter. But this is where it gets tricky, because of course we have 3 different genders. So größter, größte, größtes, depending whether it's masculine, feminine or neuter. But these are the general forms. Groß, größer, größter, größte, größtes. Or we have the form am größten, am größten. Groß, größer, am größten. I will clarify this with examples now. So, du bist groß. You are tall. Aber ich bin größer. But I am taller. Aber ist am größten. But he is the tallest. So if we have something like the tallest, we would use am größten. But we could also say ist der größte. He is the tallest. So you basically have a choice if you want to use am größten, always with the N, am größten, no matter what gender it is, or der, die, das größte, der größte, die größte, das größte. Okay. So, other adjectives. Let's take those that are in English irregular. Good, better, best. Good, better, best. This is similar in German, similarly irregular. Gut, besser, am besten, or der Beste, die Beste, das Beste, or without article, besta, beste, bestes. So again, many forms, always depends on the gender, on the case. So be aware there can be many different endings, but generally, you know, this is the form, best, as in English, best, and then whatever ending is appropriate grammatically. Okay, bad, worse, worst. In German, schlecht, schlechter, am schlechtesten, der schlechteste, die schlechteste, das schlechteste, schlechtester, schlechteste, schlechtestes. So again, many different forms, but at least it's a bit more regular compared to the English, which gets from bad to worse, completely different word. Okay, another example, heavy, schwer, schwer, schwerer, am schwersten, der, die, das schwerste, schwerster, schwerste, schwerstes. Okay, I will give you some more sentences, example sentences. You might often hear something like, du bist die Beste, you are the best. That would be an appropriate translation. Then of course what you need are those linking words, better than, taller than, smaller than. So the word for that is als. I gave you an example before where I used this word, now I'm going to point at it. Ich bin größer als du. I am taller than you. So als is the word we need for the comparative. If two things are equally tall, we have another word to use, which is so and wie. Ich bin so groß wie du. I am as tall as you. In English, as, in German, so wie. Often more specifically, or to properly make it clear that it's the same, we don't use so, but genau so. Ich bin genauso groß wie du. I am just as tall as you. We could translate it. So, another important comparison to know is the comparison of the word viel, much. So, much and more and most. Viel, mehr, am meisten. Ich arbeite viel. I work a lot. Aber du arbeitest mehr. But you work more. Aber arbeitet am meisten. He works most. So again, another irregular Adjective viel, mehr, am meisten. But you can observe in all these, if irregular or not, that the endings themselves are quite regular. And they just happen to be like in English with ER and then some ST for the superlative form. Okay, so this is definitely something just to learn by heart, especially those irregular ones, which are less than in English. And another thing definitely worth to notice, that unlike English, in German it doesn't matter how long an adjective is. We will always add an ending. So in English, you know, for example, let's take the word extraordinary. If we want to do the comparison, we wouldn't say extraordinary, but we use more extraordinary and most extraordinary. This is not the case in German. No matter how long our adjectives are, we add the normal ending. So for this specific word, extraordinary in German, außergewöhnlich, außergewöhnlich. Comparative, außergewöhnlicher. And am außergewöhnlichsten, der, die, das Außergewöhnlichste, außergewöhnlichster, außergewöhnlichste, außergewöhnlichstes. And I'm sure there might be even longer adjectives, but still, no matter how long it is, you always add the ending. So that's something that's even more regular in German compared to English. Okay, also manchmal ist Deutsch einfacher als Englisch. Manchmal ist Deutsch einfacher als Englisch. Sometimes German is easier than English. Vielen Dank. Thank you very much for listening. And I will see you in the next lesson, which will be the last lesson. Bis dann. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Lektion 31. This is our last lesson, and in this lesson we are going to look at the past tense in German, which is either called imperfect or Präteritum. So you have already learned one past tense, the perfect tense, perfect in German. We've covered that, and in that lesson I said that that's the tense to use. If you want to express something in the past, you use perfect. Okay, but there are certain verbs which we generally use in the imperfect and not in perfect. It would sound weird actually if we used certain words, certain verbs in our perfect. These verbs are mainly the verb to be and to have, sein, haben, and all the modal verbs. Müssen, wollen, dürfen, sollen, können, brauchen, and also the verb to know, wissen. So you should already know all these verbs in the present form, but from these verbs you really need to know the imperfect form, because the perfect is not used with these. Okay, so let's start with the imperfect from the verb to be. Ich war, du warst, sie, es war, wir waren, ihr wart, sie waren. To have, ich hatte, du hattest, sie, es hatte, wir hatten, ihr hattet, sie hatten. To can, to be able to, können. Ich konnte, du konntest, sie, es konnte, wir konnten, ihr konntet, sie konnten. To want, wollen. Ich wollte, du wolltest, sie, es wollte, wir wollten, ihr wolltet, Sie wollten. To have to must, müssen. Ich musste. Du musstest. Er, sie, es musste. Wir mussten. Ihr musstet. Sie mussten. To should, sollen. Ich sollte. Du solltest. Er, sie, es sollte. Wir sollten. Ihr solltet. Sie sollten. To be allowed to, dürfen. Ich durfte. Du durftest. Er, sie, es durfte. Wir durften. Ihr durftet. Sie durften. To need, brauchen. Ich brauchte. Du brauchtest. Er, sie, es brauchte. Wir brauchten. Ihr brauchtet. Sie brauchten. To know, wissen. Ich wusste. Du wusstest. Er, sie, es wusste. Wir wussten. Ihr wusstet. Sie wussten. So, these forms that I have just presented to you are absolutely worth learning because that is the tense of choice when expressing these verbs in the past. If you compare them and look closely as how they are constructed, you will see that the endings are very regular. What can change is the stem, and this changes very often, and especially with other verbs apart from these that I have just used. You have seen in wissen, for example, to know, wissen, the I becomes an U, I-U, wissen, wusste. So that's why generally learning the past tense in German, the imperfect, is a bit tricky because it's just a lot to learn. Because so many verbs just change their stem. The endings are always regular. I will now give you examples of other verbs that you should, if you want to express them in the past, you should use the perfect and not imperfect. But you might encounter these forms and then wonder which verb they are coming from because the stem is completely changed. So, that being said, if you are a person who really likes to read or who is really interested in literature in German, then it's definitely worth learning this tense, but in the spoken language, in order to express something in the past, we always use perfect. Ich habe gemacht, ich habe gegessen, ich habe geschlafen, and so on, except for these exceptions that I have just presented to you. So now let's look at a verb, for example, the verb to see, sehen. To see in the imperfect changes its vowel, like wissen changes. So, ich sah would be I saw. I saw, you saw, he, she, it saw. Ich sah, du sahst, sie, es sah. Wir sahen, ihr saht, sie sahen. So you can see the endings are still regular. The same endings as we had in the verbs I presented to you. But the stem changes. Another example, gehen, to go, gehen. Ich ging, du gingst, sie, es ging. Wir gingen, ihr gingt, sie gingen. So every German verb, of course, has this form, but it is not used in spoken language. So you can choose, if you think it's necessary for your purposes to learn this tense, do so, especially if you are someone who likes reading, then it's definitely worth it. But for just normal conversation, you won't need them unless you use one of those verbs I presented, the verb to be, to have, and the modal verbs and the verb to know. Okay, so that's it about the past tense, imperfect. Now we have covered most tenses, and I can only repeat the most important one is the perfect. But this one is also interesting for some of you. Okay, so this is the end of the course, of the first course. I hope you learned something, I hope you enjoyed it. And yes, I thank you very much for joining us and for listening. Auf Wiedersehen.
Bist du schon da? Ich kann dich nicht finden.
Noch nicht. Ich bin auf dem Weg.
Okay, bis gleich.
Oh ja, ich habe es hier sehr genossen. Bist du Studentin?
Ja, ich studiere Medizin. Meine Eltern sind auch beides Ärzte.
Wow, das ist beneidenswert.
Ach was, bei dir ist es sicher auch schön.
Ja, definitiv. Du bist jede Zeit. Ich liebe Reisen. Ich war schon in.
Na, du bist ja ordentlich rumgekommen.
Danke für den schönen Abend. Es ist leider schon spät und ich muss morgen früh aufstehen.
Oh, fast Mitternacht. Die Zeit ist wie im Flug vergangen. Es war schön, so viel mit dir zu quatschen.
Das finde ich auch. Wir müssen auf jeden Fall im Kontakt bleiben.
Definitiv. Ich wünsche dir eine gute Nacht und eine sichere Heimreise.
Vielen Dank. Dir auch eine gute Nacht. Bis bald.
Congratulations! Herzlichen Glückwunsch! You have followed all my lessons, got your brain fried by the dialogues and completed the roleplay tasks. Sehr gut. Now, what happens next? You are about to leave Germanics. You will soon be meeting me in Berlin, where I will give you a yet deeper insight into the German mind and culture and of course show you some popular sites. We will also be talking about language learning, and I am happy to share my personal advice with you, based on my own experience with foreign language acquisition. Have a safe journey, gute Reise und bis bald.
Hallo, ich hoffe, du hast eine angenehme Reise. Ich erwarte dich hier am Berliner Hauptbahnhof auf Gleis 12, wo du gleich ankommst. Gut, dann sehen wir uns ganz bald. Tschüss.
Oh, hi, da bist du ja. Schön, dass du da bist. Erstmal willkommen in Berlin. Und wie geht's dir?
Gut, aber ich bin todmüde.
Ja, das glaube ich. Gut, hast du Hunger oder wollen wir direkt zu deiner Unterkunft gehen?
Ich möchte sofort zur Unterkunft.
Okay, dann lass uns mal ein Ticket kaufen. Also, das ist der Fahrkartenautomat, diese roten Maschinen von der Deutschen Bahn. Hier können wir Tickets für ganz Deutschland kaufen oder nur für Berlin. Und wir bleiben ja in Berlin, deswegen klicken wir auf VBB. So, dann können wir wählen zwischen verschiedenen Zonen in Berlin und wir bleiben im Zentrum, deswegen in AB. Hier haben wir verschiedene Tickets. Für heute nehmen wir den Einzelfahrausweis, mit der wir eine Fahrt innerhalb von 120 Minuten machen können. Ansonsten für die anderen Tage kannst du eine Tageskarte nehmen oder auch eine 4-Fahrten-Karte, womit du 4-mal fahren darfst. Wir nehmen den Einzelfahrausweis. Wir bezahlen. Du kannst entweder mit Münzen bezahlen oder mit einer EC-Karte oder Maestro-Kreditkarte. Okay, oder auch mit Banknoten. Gut, dann bezahlen wir jetzt. So, jetzt hast du so ein Ticket und das musst du hier reinschieben. Sonst ist es nicht gültig. So, da wären wir. Hier ist deine Unterkunft. Ich zeige dir jetzt alles. Also, hier ist die Küche. Hier ist der Kühlschrank und hier das Besteck. Hier sind Löffel, Gabeln, Messer. Dann haben wir hier die Mikrowelle. Hier findest du Teller, Tassen und Gläser. Dort ist die Waschmaschine. Und hier ist der Ofen und der Herd. Hast du noch Fragen?
Wie kann ich mir Tee machen?
Du kannst damit Wasser kochen. Das ist der Wasserkocher.
Gibt es hier WLAN?
Na klar, das Passwort ist 83328.
Was darf ich hier nicht machen?
Du darfst nicht rauchen in dieser Wohnung und sei bitte nach 22 Uhr nicht mehr laut. Hast du sonst noch Fragen? Okay, dann zeige ich dir das Badezimmer. So, hier ist die Dusche, dort die Toilette und dort ist ein Waschbecken. Und du kannst dieses Handtuch benutzen. Okay, ich werde dich morgen früh abholen. Dann schauen wir uns die Stadt an. Gut, ich wünsche dir einen angenehmen Abend und eine gute Nacht. Wir sehen uns morgen. Tschüss. So here we are, pretty much in the center of Berlin, sitting in front of the Reichstag, which is basically the German parliament. So all the politicians are in there and you can even take a free tour. The dome is very famous, people go up there and enjoy the view, and it's a really nice building, famous tourist site. And yeah, as you can see, there's a nice sort of park in front of it where people are enjoying the sunshine when the sun is out. And yeah, it's really definitely worth a visit. And as I said, free tour, you just need to make sure to bring your ID because you have to book the tour in advance, and then you can go in and enjoy everything. You can really see what the politicians are doing, and it's a really good experience for everyone who comes to Berlin. So here we have two very famous sides of Berlin at a very short distance. We have the Berlin Cathedral, the Berliner Dom. This, in my opinion, is one of the most beautiful buildings in Berlin. It is a couple of centuries old and it has suffered a lot in those centuries through all the wars and attacks. It's had to be rebuilt many times, and it even changed its religious affiliation a couple of times, so it's got a lot of history and it's definitely worth to go inside. It's really beautiful. You can even go on top of it and have a look at the nice view, and yeah, it's just lovely and one of my favorite buildings. Then not far from here we have the Fernsehturm, the television tower. This one has been finished in 1969 as a symbol of the city of Berlin. And you can also go upstairs and have a look, and yeah, it's one of the most important attractions, and it's actually the tallest building in Germany and the second tallest in the European Union. So yeah, both of these really, really nice and famous. Okay, we're standing now in front of the Brandenburger Tor, the Brandenburg Gate. This is one of the most famous landmarks in Germany and, of course, one of the most famous in Berlin. It's actually on our 10, 20 and 50 cent coins. And yeah, it's a really beautiful building. It was built in 1788 and it took 3 years to finish. And yeah, many tourists come here to this place, and yeah, it's a very nice site. Hello. There is something else, something very German that I think I need to explain to you. And it is about waste disposal, waste separation that is, and recycling, because it's a huge topic in Germany and it can be quite confusing. Some Germans don't really care about it, but others can be really passionate about it. And sometimes if you get it wrong, they might actually be a bit angry, or in the worst case, people might get fined for getting it completely wrong, because there are actually some bin checks sometime. However, we have 4 general different types of garbage. Let me explain them briefly to you. The first thing is paper. So everything made of paper, if it's books, newspaper, whatever, you bin into the paper bin, of course. Then there is plastic or packaging, as we call it, and those bins are normally yellow, and sometimes they are just a sack where you collect it. So it is called gelber Sack. And in there you throw all sorts of packaging, which is going to be recycled. Then we have Restmüll, which is residual waste. That includes all sorts of things, and the list can be really confusing, but normally it's actually written on the back of it, just to be clear. And generally you would throw in there which is not paper, not packaging, and not organic waste, because for the organic waste we have the Biomüll. So everything that decays goes in there, like your food rests or even some hair and stuff, or some leaves from outside, everything goes in there. So, but then what do we do about bottles? Bottles could be considered packaging, but no, they're not. There are only a few bottles you can actually throw in the bin. These, for example, have to be returned to the supermarket. Well, they don't have to, but you should, and it's actually worth it because you get some money for it. So I said some of them can be thrown away because you wouldn't get money back, but how do you actually know? Well, there is a symbol or a certain word written on the etiquette of the bottles. The symbol is like someone actually returning a bottle, and the word to look out for is Mehrweg or Mehrwegflasche. If you see any of those signs, then you have paid for it, so you can get your few cents back by bringing it back to the supermarket. Okay, that's it. I hope it's a good advice for you and don't get it too wrong in Germany with your waist. Hello, we are standing here in the middle of the Potsdamer Platz in Berlin. I'm going to talk about what not to do and what to do if you're traveling in Germany. And talking about this, I actually want to start with history, sort of, because what Germans find a bit annoying is that foreigners often just dwell on German history, the bad part, and talk about it, especially to young people who didn't grow up in those times, who possibly don't even know much about it because they're not really interested. Of course, you could argue everyone should be interested in their own country's history and so on, but not everyone is, and it's sort of that people often reduce Germans to it, and that's of course not so nice. So don't bring it up in the first conversation, and don't do any particularly rude, radical political gestures that you might know from German history, because that can be actually really bad for you, because you might get fined. So yeah, it's a bit of a touchy subject, I guess, and just be careful around it and don't dwell on it too much, because it can get so annoying to Germans. So another thing I want to point out, we are here at a really huge crossing. And you can just see how nicely German traffic normally works. And that is because Germans actually respect all the traffic rules. Of course, not everyone, not all the time. But you can see all those traffic lights, and people do not jaywalk in Germany normally. And you really shouldn't, because also you might get fined. So sometimes, even if there's no car coming, you will see 10-15 Germans standing at the traffic light waiting for it to go green. No one will disrespect that rule, because we all know you shouldn't. Another thing is, there are loads of bike paths in Germany. People like being on the bikes, especially when everything is flat, and as a pedestrian you really should be careful not to walk on those, because they might just run you over and then it's your fault. And same goes for bikers, they really should only ever use the bike path. If there is no bike path, then the street, but never on the sidewalk or where normal people walk. That's very important. Also in pedestrian zones in the city center, you really shouldn't be on your bike, and again, you might get fined if you do. So another thing I want to advise you in Germany is to really be on time. When a German tells you a time, he'll be waiting there, well, normally 5 or 10 minutes early, because then he can make sure that you don't have to wait, because having people wait is just somehow rude and disrespectful. So when they tell you a time, make sure to be there, plan in advance. There can always be unplanned things, and you sometimes you just get blocked in traffic or something. So you just calculate that in all your planning and make sure you're not late, because the Germans are not late, and it's just rude and you shouldn't. So that might not be the best start, especially when you meet someone for the first time. First impressions are important, so please be on time. Another advice I want to give you for Germany is to travel with cash and not rely on your credit card or any other bank card. Most Germans actually pay in cash, especially when it's only small amounts. Some supermarkets will only accept a card if you reach a certain amount, and credit cards are a bit tricky, because Germany seems to be one of the very few countries who don't really use them, which is not necessarily a choice, or it's not that Germans prefer to always pay in cash. It's actually, we have quite high bank fees, and so not everyone is eligible to have a credit card in the first place. So it's just generally a lot easier if you travel with cash and pay everyone in cash. Okay, so I hope you found these little tips helpful, and just be careful in Germany when you travel around. You might get into trouble or you might get fined. And now, have fun in Germany. Hello, we are seated here in the famous Sony Center in the middle of Berlin. But I'm not going to talk about this place today. Instead, I'm going to talk about my opinion on language learning in general and my personal advice on it. So, first I want to point out that probably you will have been exposed to the standard way of teaching and learning, which is, in my opinion, not a natural way and not a very effective way. In schools and universities, they normally bombard you with grammar, which of course we also have done a bit in the course, but you don't really get a natural practice, and oftentimes, even after years of learning, when you then travel to the place where the language is spoken, you feel yourself completely unable to actually communicate with the locals. So why is that? In schools and universities, you don't really learn a natural way, which in my opinion is the exact way that we learn when we are babies or toddlers. Babies and toddlers, they listen very, very carefully to what their parents are saying, and then they try to repeat it, to imitate it. So your parents, when you're very small, will say some words to you, they look into your face, they will say it slowly and repeatedly, and you, as a baby, you try to repeat it, and you look at their facial expression, at how their lips are moving, and imitate it. It won't work right away. That's why babies' words often sound a lot different. But if you just keep repeating and repeating, someday you'll get it right. Otherwise, none of us would be able to speak. So you should practically do the same as an adult. You should listen to how people say stuff and repeat. And the grammar then sort of tags along, because no baby ever studies with a grammar book or something. So the brain is very, very effective, and it just works meaning out. So because we just have to be able to understand what people say, because we rely on human communication, and we should make good use of that part of our brain, this instinct to communicate, this basic biological urge. So as an adult, of course, yeah, you have your life, you're already able to communicate, and yeah, you can learn with books and stuff, and of course it's important to learn grammar, because basically we are not babies, we can't do it exactly the same way as babies do it most of the time. So what can you do? You should just expose yourself to as much of the foreign language as possible, spoken by natives, and don't focus too much on grammar. So you just listen very carefully to what people say. You can do that either by just really being around foreigners that speak your foreign language, or you can listen to radio, listen to music, listen to the TV. In the beginning you won't understand much, and that's completely fine, because our babies and toddlers, they don't understand much of what we are saying. But if we're just getting exposed again and again, and the same words show up, and the same patterns show up, and patterns are grammar, so the brain just works it out. Your brain somehow works out the meaning behind it, and if you then repeat it, and you will get a response, you try it out. So you heard some expression so many times, and then you just go out and try it. And yeah, the response from the person you're talking to will tell you if you got it right or not. And if you don't get it right, no problem, you just keep doing. So that's the natural approach. It can take long, it really depends on your life circumstances. Of course, when you can actually travel to the place and be completely surrounded by your foreign language, that's ideal. Especially when they don't speak your language and you are forced to learn, because that's also the thing, babies are just forced to learn it, so they have to, and then we can rely on our biology, and yeah, the brain will just work it out for you. So I hope this view on language learning is helpful for you, and you just try to expose yourself as much as possible. We try to put as much of this natural exposure in our course as possible, so natural expressions instead of textbook grammar style, And yeah, with the help of all the media you can just expose yourself as much as possible, listen and imitate, and don't get lost in grammar.